Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome. We're certainly happy to have you join us on this drippy day we've got ahead of us. Might be a lot different as we leave later on this afternoon, but glad to see you here with us today. I will call the meeting to order at this stage. It is 1 o'clock and time to begin our proceedings, noting that we do have quorum and that we do expect Councillor Vickers to join us momentarily. With that, I will ask you all to join us in a moment of reflection as we consider the business before us today. Thank you. Moving ahead, I will ask if there's any disclosure of pecuniary interest around the table. And assuming that Councillor Vickers has no disclosure at this point, we'll move on to announcements, and I have a couple. Is there any around the table before Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Your Worship, and I have a couple as well, if I may. First of all, Wednesday evening, December the 2nd, will be the Dragon's Den. This year you can watch it on video on demand. Tickets are $25 and they can be purchased through the Chamber of Commerce website. And anyone who watches will still be able to participate in the Audience Choice Award. And the second one, Your Worship, I'll just read this piece if I may. I have in my hand here the 2021 Meaford and Area Open Discussion Forum Fundraiser for Charities. And this is a beautiful calendar with photos inside, all taken by local residents, and the names are on the photos of the people who submitted them. And the proceeds are going to go to the Gilles Hachette Meal Foundation, the Meaford Food Bank and Outreach, Meaford Community Living, and Love O'Brien Farm Sanctuary. The calendars are $20 and they can be purchased with cash at Chez Gilles Restaurant, at Dairy Queen, Check It Out Antiques, and the Jewel FM. And if anybody wishes, they can also purchase online at Meaford and Area ODF@gmail.com. And if anybody has any questions, they can let me know. But again, the calendars are absolutely beautiful, and $20 all going to support local charities. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no other hands up at this point, I just want to declare, obviously, our new library is open. And one of the things that have been added to their repertoire for takeout are snowshoes. They have 10 pair of snowshoes and are certainly, those are available for anyone to borrow. Once we do get the snow to come for the winter, just to try it out. We will not be having our usual window unveiling this year. It'll be a little different, but the windows will be judged Friday afternoon, and the winners will be announced at the Christmas tree lighting on the corner of Meaford Hall on December the 5th, Saturday at 6 p.m. And following that, sponsored by the Kinsman Day, is a stationary parade that will be in lieu of our Santa Claus parade. But Santa will be there, and that will be in the parking lot of the arena, 7 o'clock again on Saturday, December the 5th. Also, would like to encourage everyone to sign up for your house for the list for Christmas tree lights. And this is sponsored by the Chamber of Commerce, the Lights of the Christmas Tour. And there will be a listing of all of those homes that are participating after tomorrow, December the 1st. There's a couple of Christmas craft markets this year as well at Craig's Gallery and on Syke Street, the former Simply Unique location. And these are local artisans who are putting together their wares for show and sale. Also just want to remind folks that the Thursday Flicks at Meaford Hall are again operating, and tickets must be pre-registered. And seating, as you can tell from the seating here, is limited and certainly distanced. So once more, if there's any announcements to add at this time. And seeing none, we will move into public participation. And again, welcome all those who have joined us this afternoon. Your opinions and your comments are very important to us, and we reserve this time at the council meetings to hear from you. We have presentations that must be prearranged with our clerk's office, but for the general public to come and present on a deputation on anything that is on the agenda, you have 5 minutes to speak, and we welcome your comments. We also have public questions available to follow that for anyone that might have a general question for something that is not on the agenda. So with that, we have no presentations this afternoon, but we do have some deputations. And the first one off the mark, I'll welcome and recognize Alan Reid to come forward and share your thoughts with us. You are welcome to take your mask off if you wish, and your coat too.
I'll stop there.
Stop the yes, please.
Good afternoon, Council and members, Your Honor and Council, and support staff. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak. My name, for the record, is Alan Reid. I live at 90 Collingwood Street West in Meaford. It came to my attention, thanks to a neighbor and colleague who I call Mitch, but is actually known as Vic Mitchner, that 141 Sykes Street was at risk of being demolished due to neglect. We attended the historical committee meeting, and whereupon I learned that the historical committee really had no significant teeth to intervene in that exercise. But I thank Ross and the members of that committee and the other councillors. It's been, as on many buildings on. The item that came up, though, and
the cost of fire suppression will be, but for the excellent service we've enjoyed for many years at annual costs of roughly $174,000, it seems like we're receiving great value for ITFD's 24/7 protection to 50% of our geographic area. So why jeopardize that by selling our 25% interest? I also learned last week that the master fire plan contemplates the possibility of a second fire station in the West End that could easily exceed $3 million or more in capital costs in the future, not to mention the cost of training 14 volunteers. If we only net 1.1 million, including staff's estimated savings over the 5 years by selling our 25%, will taxpayers be on the hook for another $2 million? Perhaps the most perplexing part of the printed motion, though, in front of council today, is to present a long-term contingency plan for consideration at the end of next year, 1 full year after selling the 25% interest. Would it not be more logical to take your time now, today, to look at contingency plans for the future before you walk away from the benefits of the agreement? We're concerned that you're rushing a short-term decision here that could actually cost all of us a whole heck of a lot more. That said, we have one final suggestion for council today after listening to what residents have told us. Why not defer the decision date to the end of 2021? In the interim, establish a small working group comprised of council members, staff, knowledgeable firefighting, and concerned taxpayers that are willing to take the time necessary over the next few months to examine the facts more completely. And then share a summary of those findings with the community. Hold follow-up Zoom meetings if you need to, and ultimately put it to a vote. And if the majority of residents vote in favor, then proceed at that time with the ITFD equity sale. At least you will have heard the voice of the people. Thank you very much for your time, and we're happy to take any questions that you might have.
Thank you very much, Mr. Cordell, and for your comments, and Mr. Morneau, understanding. We appreciate your comments. We appreciate you coming. We appreciate the comments that you have left with us to all of council, and there will be more coming forward on this discussion later on in the meeting, so appreciate your comments. Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Patrick Curtis. Welcome, Mr. Curtis.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Deputy Mayor, Councillors. Thank you for letting me come today to speak a little bit. I'm here to address today's agenda item to approve a conditional site plan development agreement for Back 40 Glamping, conditional upon the execution of a site plan agreement and the implementation of a zoning bylaw. As stated during the last council meeting, after a narrow 4-3 vote in favor of 8 rental units, I and others are appealing the decision of council to LPAT and believe today's agenda item to be presumptive and premature. LPAT currently has, from my understanding, a 2 to 3 year backlog. There is a case management conference on December 15th, so why is this before council before that date, if not only to perhaps show and have the perception of showing a bias in favor of the developer? My appeal notes 26 violations of the Meaford official plan, Grey Bruce official plan, and provincial policy statement. This is in contrast to the municipal report DEV 2020-25, which focuses solely on the Meaford official plan sections B2, 3, 4, and 6. Further, we will challenge the flawed and dangerous traffic brief to protect citizens' safety and to protect the municipality from liability for negligence resulting from injuries or death if there's a traffic accident. One of many factual misrepresentations in the brief note the traffic will only occur on weekends when it is the express desire of the developer to have guests 7 days per week, increasing the flow of traffic exponentially. The main argument from those in favor of the ZBLA has been economic development through tourism. Yet no evidence has been provided to quantify that claim, and as such will be demanded. For the record, I refer you to the Back 40 Glamping Comment Response Matrix, March 2020, report authored by the developer. Please note on page 3, section 4, a desire for only 5 geodesic domes. Why does this matter? It matters because this corroborates witness testimony from the July 2019 Meaford Library meeting, where the developer stated a wish for only 5 rental units, as well as my conversation with him on or about January 2020, where he stated that his end goal was 5 domes, but that it was recommended to him by municipal staff, contrary to the rules, and his planner, to negotiate to his desired 5 year-round domes by starting with those plus 7 seasonal domes, moving then to 8 with the hopes of getting 4 or 5. Please note that the ZBLA calls for 8 400 square foot rental units with no limit to the number of people per unit, which I don't think people knew. While the developer proposes 2 people per unit, a future developer could hold up to 6 people per unit, legally or illegally, increasing the population to 48 people on site from 16. While staff have indicated a revised site plan would require approval, we have absolutely no confidence that this would not be approved for the sake of economic development. While staff have also indicated there would be substantial costs and that 6 people would be impractical in 400 square feet, we note that new architectural designs can allow for this, and capital investment on the part of a new owner cannot be predicted by staff. Please also note that the community would be excluded from this decision-making process. I had proposed a solution that might assuage some of the community to allow 4 units on the site for 8 people, which in a worst-case scenario could translate into 24 visitors 7 days a week. Over 100 people from miles around don't want any at all. We believe our collective rights matter just as much as one developer's rights, and we are prepared to fight on to that end. In your site plan deliberations and to protect the community, I would ask you to consider the impact that not only the current developer may have, but that future developers may bring. And I would suggest that an outcome from LPAT is secured before investing your time and moving forward. It appears highly irregular, and the perception of bias is there to put the cart before the horse. So please take this into consideration in your deliberations, and thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Curtis. We certainly appreciate your interest in this and your the time this afternoon to share them with us. Thank you. And our next speaker, two, Lyle Hamilton and Marilyn Rodriguez Wright. Welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Madam Mayor, Deputy Mayor, and councillors. My name is Lyle Hamilton, and Marilyn and I have lived on the property next door on the southwest corner to the proposed Back 40 glamping project. We've reviewed the site plan proposal documents and have further additional concerns which we're outlining today, which are specific to our property and location in relation to the glamping project. Firstly, the site plan description modifications detailed in the documents refer to a new post and wire fence along the eastern lot line, as well as fencing to be installed where there are any gaps along the southern lot line. The existing wire fence along the southern property boundary of the applicant's property ends approximately 120 meters from the road. Along that stretch of 120 meters out toward the road, there is no fence. So that's a little bit more than a gap. There is nothing to stop campers who are wandering around from coming onto our property, which is right next door, anywhere along the rest of that southern property boundary line, because there's no fence there, and there's no proposal for a fence to be there at this point. That's a huge concern for us, as we do not want to be constantly chasing campers off of our property. Secondly, the site plan states in the financial impact section that no adverse financial impact is anticipated with this proposal, in quotes. And we're asking, on what basis was this conclusion drawn, and how is it supported? The market value impact on local bordering properties will be severe for many years to come if this project is approved. This could easily be verified by any local realtor. And in fairness, I would like to ask everyone who's here to put themselves in a buyer's shoes for just a moment and ask yourself this question. If given two scenarios, number one, to buy a local property with a campground bordering next door, and number two, to buy the same property with no campground bordering next door, would you pay the same price for this property for each scenario? I think we know the answer to that. Thirdly, the site plan outlines in the site service and grading section that with, in quotes, minor alterations, that the existing house well could be used to support the tourist establishment, unquote. With minor alterations, how can a well that currently supports one household be altered to support this household plus 8 geodomes being operated daily as a business? Think of the laundry created and water usage requirements with bedding sheets and towels to be changed every few days, the water usage for showers, for the washrooms. How is this possible? We've already had issues in the past with adequate water supply in the area. This will surely have an impact on our water supply as well as other immediate neighboring properties. We ask Council to strongly consider these concerns in considering any approval for a site plan on this project. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Hamilton. That was very good of you to come this afternoon. We appreciate your comments, and I assure you that we consider all of the comments that we hear in our deliberations. Thank you for your time. Okay, moving on to public questions. Are there any questions from the public? Okay, seeing none, I'll move into council inquiries. Anyone on council have an inquiry for the staff? And Councillor Kentner?
Thank you, through your worship. A question for Margaret, if you don't mind. It's an AODA issue, and that is that people have noticed that the transcript feature has been turned off of our council meetings on YouTube. The feature is very important for those with hearing disabilities, and it's also a valued tool for those who wish to engage in municipal affairs but due to work or for whatever reason are unable to attend in person. So my question is just, when will that be restored?
Through your worship. Thank you for the question. It turns out we've been looking into this, and as a result of the length of the meetings, the YouTube captioning isn't working. Any meeting over 4 hours through the program that we've been using isn't capturing the text. So we are just looking into alternatives for this, either a tool that we can add or an enhanced subscription so that we can provide that service again. So we are looking into it, and I will certainly let you know when we have a chance to
Thank you.
find the plan.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Your Worship, and two, if I may. First of all, I'll ask Mr. Armstrong in relation to our last meeting when we talked about PAC, our Public Advisory Parks Committee, and the suggestion that information would come back to council on the 14th, and then I know it's been decided that committees won't be meeting, so I just was going to ask you for clarification on what's happening now in terms of the Memorial Park Master Plan in particular.
Thank you, Worship. Through the Worship. So by delaying or the cancellation, postponement of PAC meetings, advisory committee meetings, anything that was supposed to be coming back to council in relation to any advice has also been delayed. So it will not be coming back to council on the 14th until the Planning Parks Advisory Committee can meet and follow that normal process.
Thank you. And the second question, if I may, Your Worship, for Tori. It's so exciting to see the railings coming finally to fruition on the Trowbridge Street Bridge. Can you tell us then now if you know what the opening date will be, and is the bridge on budget?
Through your worship, yes, it's exciting to see the railings actually on the bridge. There are still some pieces of railing that need to be installed. We have been identified that they will be here on Wednesday, but as we know, the weather this week looks like we're finally getting some winter, so we're hoping that we'll stay on that timeline. We're actually working right now to get something out to the public to identify that those railings are coming this week, and so hopefully we'll see that bridge reopened. And with regards to the budget, we actually, I guess, lucked out on this project in particular. There was some rehabilitation work that was anticipated to be found underneath some of the existing asphalt and bridge deck structure, that once the asphalt was removed, it actually wasn't as bad as it was anticipated to be based on the age of the structure, so there was less rehab needed than anticipated in some spots on the bridge. So we are well within budget and potentially will be less than what was anticipated based on that work.
Thank you. Good news.
That's very good news at budget time. Thank you, Tori. Councillor Vickers?
Through your worship, this question is for our Minister of Finance. I was wondering, with the taxes being automatically withdrawn from your bank account, has there ever been any thought about sending out just a reminder email a week or so before, just to say, look, this is the date that your taxes are due on? I just wondered if it was, something that would be somewhat simple and it wouldn't be too intrusive to do by the finance.
Through your worship, it's actually not something that we do because we don't maintain a database of people's email addresses and keep it up to date. When people sign up for the pre-authorized payment, they have various options. So we do monthly PAPs, we do due date PAPs, and there's two different dates for the monthly and also two different due date pre-authorized payments as well. So it's not not everybody's just on a set date no matter what. So I think it would be less than easy for us to try and do that. The hope is that if somebody signed up for a pre-authorized payment, that they recognize the date that it's supposed to come out on, and they're prepared to make sure that there's enough money in the account for that PAP to go through.
Yep, thank you, Darcy, for that.
Through your worship, I should also note that the tax bills themselves get sent out, and if you're on a PAP, it clearly states on the tax bill not to pay, that you're on a PAP, and what the PAP date is scheduled for.
Supplementary?
No.
No?
I don't think I'll beat that one anymore, but it's always a bit of a surprise when all of a sudden when you forget about it and you see the tax bill comes through and you think, oh, glad I had enough money in the account. So anyway, if I could have a second question though, Your Worship?
Yes, you may.
So my second question is directed to Tori, and the question has to do with the bridge on the town line between Grey Highlands and Meaford. And I've noticed myself, and I've been asked by a few other people about the construction and just some of the particulars, and wondering if there isn't something like this that could be used in some of our other bridges, i.e. our twin bridges. People were just asking me a lot of questions I didn't have a whole lot of answers for, because Grey Highlands was taking the lead on it. So I just wondered if you give us what you know about it and what you can tell us about it.
Yeah, thank you for your question and through your worship. So on the town line, structure 145, there was a concrete cap put on top of the bridge structure because the deck was deteriorating and the guide rails had actually failed on the bridge. Council saw this project last year, and Grey Highlands proceeded with the work recently, and the bridge is now reopened. The abutments of that bridge structure still have some life left in them, and the intention of the work is to extend the life of the bridge approximately 5 years until a proper full design for reconstruction as well as funding can be allocated from both municipalities for the replacement of that bridge. To, I guess, compare it to a project like the Twin Bridges. The design was actually completed by Burnside, the same engineer who completed the alternative bridge options report that council saw last council meeting for the structures 21 and 22. And that cap is a similar design, just made for structures 21 and 22, as was option 9 identified in Burnside's report. So the difference just is the condition of the bridge. Structure 145 still has life left in the abutments for an additional 5 years before full replacement is proceeded with, whereas bridge structure like 21 and 22 that has reached end of life already, a more extensive work would need to be completed, especially if the intent is to get a longer life out of the bridge. And in that case, they had identified that it would be 45 years for that similar type of cap that would be designed for different conditions.
Okay.
Could you remind us what the price is? It would have been in last year's budget, was it not, or?
Through your worship, if I remember correctly, it was a report that came after the budget process. So it wasn't included in last year's budget, but it did come through a report. Our understanding from talking with Grey Highlands is that the pricing that they received this last year versus what they actually got from quotes this year were slightly different. But it was my understanding at this point is approximately $80,000 for the work that was completed on structure 145 for that 5-year extension of life.
Okay, just ask one more quick one.
I'm going to go to Councillor Greenfield, who's been waiting. Councillor Greenfield.
It's quite all right, Your Worship. Thank you, and through you to Director Tory. From the sounds of our weather reports, courtesy of Bay Shore Broadcasting, we are going to get slammed with our first winter storm. The next couple of days, 30 to 50 centimeters of wet snow. Are our plows ready for it? Our crew, are we ready for this? The plows on the trucks, sand and salt, are we ready for this?
Through your worship, luckily we had a little bit of winter earlier in November, so we were able to get out there and do some plowing. So yes, we're definitely prepared for the storm to come. Obviously, we never know what Mother Nature is going to bring, but we are prepared like we are every winter to make sure that people can get out on the road safely.
Thank you, Tori. Councillor Vickers? Oh,
Yeah, I think I'll let it go. It's probably just part of a bigger conversation with our bridges, so this isn't probably the time or the place for it right now.
thanks. Councillor Kentner?
Thank you, through your worship. A question for Rob. I discussed the issue of having to write off the amount of the Canadian Forces Training Centre shorts its payment in lieu of taxes to the municipality with our MP, Alex Ruff. And he said that while he is an opposition MP, the Minister of Defence has personally and promptly responded to his questions to date. However, he said he just does not have enough confidence in our arguments to be able to ask the minister a question. And I wondered, could our council receive a report from the solicitor that we have engaged that would help Mr. Ruff to understand the background and the substance of our case so that he could formulate a question to the minister? Thank you.
Your worship, if I could turn that over to Darcy, because Darcy's the one intimately involved in those discussions itself.
Thank you.
Through your worship, I appreciate council reaching out. I think at this stage of the game, we are going through the dispute advisory panel process, and our lawyer right now is trying to get that package ready for it to actually be put forward as evidence. So I really don't want to get them off track on doing something else. And we're in the throes of the process right now, like the proper process that the government of Canada expects us to go through. So I'd rather that just happen as it is. And if for some reason there isn't a favorable outcome, then we can go the way of reaching out to the local politicians, if that's okay with council.
Thank you. And if I just may say, your worship, I have no problem with that, but we've been 7 years getting this far, and I personally don't expect to see any progress before the end of our term. And that's why I would just say if I see no progress, in the coming months, I think we should use whatever means we can to get some kind of support. Thank you.
Councillor Bartley?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And Tori, this one's for you. Coming up with Bridges 21 and 22, we have sent the letter to Chatsworth. Chatsworth had a meeting. Do you know where we stand on that as we speak?
Through your worship, we will be bringing a report back to council, hopefully at the next council meeting, with the information from Chatsworth's council, so that this council can then decide how they wish to proceed.
Thank you.
Anything further? And seeing none, we will then move on to motions and bylaws for decision. Our first decision is through the consent agenda. There are 3 items that we have seen before, previous councils, and they are COR 2020-40 is an award of tender for Bognor Hall Rehabilitation. And the award will be for $216,084.30 to Shertine Construction Limited. The second one is the bylaw 2020-81 is a site plan approval and agreement for 18 Boucher Street West, and that is for the so-called boutique hotel. The third one is DEV 2020-57 is to support the request for a 1-year draft plan approval extension for the Meaford Haven development. Are any of those to be pulled from the consent agenda? Then I would ask for a mover and a seconder. Please put them on the table. Councillor Bell, Councillor Bartley. All in favor? And that is carried. So at this point, I would ask for a mover and a seconder to move into the committee of the whole. Deputy Mayor and Councillor Greenfield. All in favor? And that is carried. And that moves us into the 2021 draft budget. And there are 3, we'll take each one of these separately, but before we move into each one of them, I'll turn this over to Darcy to bring us up to date.
Thank you, Worship. If I could get our lovely technicians to throw, thank you very much. So there's been some discussion, everything that was provided in council's package with regards to the budget, we're not going to go through the presentations again. It's really just for your information or the public if they haven't yet seen it. This is a new slide. It was just created today, not part of the budget package. So trying to illustrate our budget a little bit differently for council to understand, and also to show the assessment growth in a different way. It's been brought up by, I would say, 4 of the 7 members of council, at least, about trying to understand assessment. We went back and looked at it. Although the spreadsheet that was provided to council is correct in that showing a year over year actually is a reduction from one year to the next, there was a mistake in that calculation process. It should have not been netted out the way that it was, and as such, it really shouldn't have been showing as a negative, much like a couple councillors have mentioned a few times. So in trying to show it a different way here, I think we've actually captured how the assessment increase truly works. So the budget itself will be going up by 4.5% and change. Getting it, and I hope council can all see between each other's heads, but getting us to that $660,000 increase in the budget, which is the 4.5%. From there, we would be taking the assessment growth and reducing that. So, what we're trying to now show here to council is that the core budget would be going up, the expense side of the budget, the funding side would be going up by 4.53%. There is $150,000 of assessment growth, which reduces the requirement on the tax levy to the existing taxpayers. So the budget would then be, the levy increase requirement would be 3.52%. So I hope that makes it much clearer for council to see total budget versus the net levy impact when you consider assessment.
Great. Thank you, Darcy. Since we've just seen this, it's hot off the press. Are there questions from council? We're liking the 3.52. We can start with that. Okay. Nothing further from council. Thanks so much for that, then. And that's timely to have that information as we move into the individual parts to this. The first one is Budget 2020-01 is paid parking at municipal parks. I have a mover and a seconder to put this on the table, please. Councillor Bartley, Councillor Greenfield. And you're going to speak to this, Darcy?
Yes, Your Worship. I hope that there's enough information in here for council to understand kind of what we're looking at. This was one of the resolutions that was passed by council during the budget days to get staff to look at. We made our best efforts in the short period of time that we had to check around to some of our neighbors to see what everybody was doing. Actually found a solution that would even work for us. Town of Blue Mountains is using a mobile app and software that you can provide through online as well. They actually went out to tender last year, and there's a piggyback clause within their purchasing agreement. So if we wanted to implement this, we could actually go with their process, and we wouldn't even have to go and tender. There are a bunch of different options within the report that are highlighted, from full user pay at all parks to potentially having residents being able to use the parking for free, and then also the option of potentially just starting off with a bit of a pilot project, much like Town of Blue Mountains did in 2020 during this year, just to see how things go. Ultimately, I think the first thing that we need to say about all of this parking is that even if the local taxpayer has to pay for parking, it doesn't limit them from using the parks themselves. People can bike, walk, rollerblade, scooter. I mean, if they can get to the park, they can use the park for free. What we're talking about is actually charging for the parking in and around those spaces. So, you know, from our perspective, we looked at this, we looked at what many other communities do, and, you know, some of the options talk about having seasonal parking passes for residents at a reduced rate, but then that way it still helps to control the overall parking on site, because this is all done based on, through the application, just based on the license plate of the vehicle. So it becomes really easy then for bylaw services, if they're on location, they can punch in the license plate number, and it'll automatically come up through the application that they have on the back end to say that they've either paid or they haven't paid. And it's not about a residency issue. So I'll open it up, just let council talk about this. This was something that was brought forward by one of your members, and we tried our best to capture a bunch of different options that might be available. Ultimately, we feel as though, based on what Grey Sauble Conservation Authority is seeing for revenues, and also what Town of Blue Mountain saw, the usage that we have at many of our parks, and that especially right now with COVID, things are, you know, certainly at capacity, if not over capacity, that implementing this program could quite easily generate $100,000 or more in parking fees for the municipality.
Thank you, Darcy. And before I open it up to questions, comments from council, I'll just say that this is our chance at this meeting today to bring forward any more resolutions or changes to the budget that we would like to see added in. And we have some proposals ahead of us here now, too, with this one, paid parking, and also the roadside noxious weed management. So I would ask council to consider, if in your comments, that if this is something you wish to see in the budget, that we bring forward a formal resolution to that effect today, so that we can bring that forward to staff, and they can compile our final budget for the public meeting, which will come up in December. So with that, I'll open this up for discussion on this one, paid parking at municipal parks. Right now, we are hearing this, receiving this for information purposes, but if there's a formal resolution to come forward on that will change the recommendation coming forward. So I'll open it up now. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Your Worship, and a couple of questions, if I may. First of all, Mr. Chapman, for clarification, so if a person is renting an apartment in Meaford and they have a license plate from out of town, then they would be required to pay for parking?
Through your worship, this is one of the reasons why we actually are suggesting going with paid parking even for residents, because what Town of Blue Mountains did was they created like hangars and mailed them out. But who they mailed them out to is the property owner. So a lot of people not actually living in the municipality receive these things. The other thing that happened, which really isn't as big a problem here, but the property owner, you know, in Town of Blue Mountains might own the property because it's a rental accommodation. And what they did is they just left that rear view mirror hanger at the accommodation location, and just said, and then anybody could use it, because as long as it was hanging in the mirror, then all of a sudden it became anybody's use. So, you know, based on that and what they're dealing with, their recommendation as staff is going to be that there has to be something. If it's not going to be paid, then people at least have to come into the municipality and register as a resident in order to get one of those. They're not just going to give them out. So that's why, you know, if you're a tenant or whatever, then if you have to pay, but you're a resident and you pay at a reduced rate for a seasonal pass, we think that this is probably the easiest way to manage this whole process. And again, if you're local and you don't need to drive to the location, you can walk or cycle or whatever, you can still use all of those parks for free. It's the parking, it's not the use of the park that we're charging for.
One more?
Yeah, one more, if I may, Your Worship. I appreciate that, Darcy, and I personally would prefer to see parking charges just go to people from out of town, and allow our local residents to continue to use the parks for free. We've talked about that many times through discussions about the Memorial Park Master Plan. My second question has to do with signage. So for argument's sake, at David Johnson Park, and do we have concerns about people then trying to park along Fuller Street, for example, and do we need signage there to say no parking, or how might we manage those issues?
Through your worship, that'd be something that, we'd have to flesh out more if this, if one of these options was adopted by council. I mean, ultimately, we have limitations on street parking as it is right now, and we have bylaw enforcement that goes around and tickets people, so, this would be no different than that, in my opinion.
Councillor Bartley?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thanks for putting this together. I didn't expect this in-depth report in such a short time. I have no interest in charging local residents to use our parks. I think it's a double hit on them. And if we have to hire bylaw officers extra over and above what we have now to manhandle this, it's a wash. I think it's a logistical nightmare, and I don't see it coming out with any money at the end of the year. You can prove me wrong, but I don't think this is a very good idea. Thank you.
So, through your worship, if I can, just to reiterate, we have to recognize that if we charge local residents, even, we're not charging local residents to use the park. We are charging people for use of parking at the parks. I think the other thing that, I didn't hit on, it's clearly in the report, but it's through 2020, we had enhanced bylaw because of COVID. We hired 2 extra seasonals. Those enhanced bylaw positions are included in 2021, also to be funded through a COVID fund or funded through the General Infrastructure Reserve Fund. I think it would be fairly short-sighted as a community to think that we're going to get away from that enhanced bylaw service after next year, even if COVID miraculously disappears. So the advantage of a paid parking program, as we've noted in the report, with a revenue stream of, give or take $100,000, hopefully, those costs, those revenues will cover the costs of the enhanced bylaw and also of the staff that are being used for enhanced washroom and facility cleaning, which again, I don't think is something that we're going to be able to step away from now that we've established that service. So at least this revenue stream would offset those costs beyond 2021 when we aren't going to have COVID funding.
I think that's a very clear distinction to make between residents using the park and paying for parking. Not many residents, if they can walk to the park or have some other method of transportation to get down into the park, would have to pay for and extra for parking for that. So let's keep that in mind as we move ahead. And Councillor Greenfield?
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to Mr. Chapman, first of all, I want to echo the thanks for bringing this report ahead. I didn't know at the time if we were even going to get into this for 2021, but I'm glad that you have brought this forward to us. As a municipality, we only have 3 means of raising funds: taxes, and for new development, we can charge development charges, and we can charge user fees. And we have to reach out to every avenue that's available to us. So I'm glad you brought this report forward, Darcy, but would I be wrong in, if we do approve one of these options, would I be wrong in saying that 2021 is going to be primarily an experimental year, a challenge for what goes right, what goes wrong? I like the idea. I think we should go, but I think we should leave the door open that there could be a lot of changes, maybe for 2022 or down the road. Would that be correct?
Through your worship, well, as the report suggests, there are a couple of options where we fully implement for 2021. Luckily, you know, we're in let's call it December, because we're a day away, but I mean, between now and May, when we actually open up all of our parks and open spaces, we would have more than enough time to actually implement a program, especially given that we don't have to go through a tendering process. We could piggyback on Town of the Blue Mountains, because they have just as stringent a purchasing process as we do. So I'm comfortable with extending through their contract options. The other option, if council wants to take the approach of kind of doing a dry run for 2021, there are options that are highlighted within the report where we just look at a few locations as well and do it as a test. But I mean, Gray Sauble's been doing it for a number of years. You know, since the report's been written, we've heard of other places that are doing it, like Sauble Beach. Of course, everybody has to pay, residents, non-residents, and you have to pay, you know, your parking fees for Sauble, and Wasaga, Oro, Barrie. There's lots of places around us that do this and charge not just for the non-resident, but also for the resident as well.
Thank you, Darcy. Councillor Kentner.
Through your worship, thank you, Darcy, too, for the report. It's got a lot to think about, and I'm sure we're going to. But I would say that the majority by far of our parks are underdeveloped at this point of time. I mean, Memorial Park is certainly not in that category, but most of our other parks are. And I'm wondering, you were talking about parking fees at Meaford Harbor. So the people who have a boat in the harbor, will they be required to have a parking pass to be able to access their boats? Because they're already paying a good price for their dockage.
Yes. So the report says that in all options where parking fees would be charged, harbor customers with seasonal contracts and campground customers renting sites would not be charged for the first vehicle. So if you're a harbor user, you can register a vehicle and you get your seasonal pass for the harbor for free.
For the first vehicle.
For the first vehicle, yes.
If I may, I definitely would support the idea that ratepayers, Meaford ratepayers, would not have to pay for parking, but would have to come to the town hall and get a document that will then enable them to have free parking at the parks.
Councillor Bell.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. So we as a sitting council recognize the financial constraints which are going to be hitting us in the future, and they are absolutely daunting. And I think on this particular program that, like all things that come before council and all things that affect the residents of our municipality, that the communications that is put out, just as you have said, Mr. Chapman, that it needs to be emphasized clearly. They're not paying for the go to the park. It's their vehicle in the lot. So the communications package on this has to be made very, very clear. I will take up a little bit on what the deputy mayor said about folks in town too, that they would park. I know that out in Leith, I think that even if we have a really good communications package about you're not paying to use Leith Beach, but you're paying to put your car there, I think I can see cars lined up down the Leith Road and out around, because I just think the folks will just simply do it. So when you've mentioned about bylaw, again, all it would take is one or two folks out there that are going to get a ticket on their windscreen, and the fur will probably fly. So I like the idea of us doing a trial, and I like to see how, you know, the folks will speak back to us, how we will hear how they're viewing it and how it affects them. So as we move through this, I would like to do a trial on a limited number of parks, as was put in the report. Thank you.
Are you moving that as a motion?
I would move that, Madam Mayor.
And is there a seconder for that motion?
Through your worship, if we could just get clarification, is that option number 3 or option number 4? Because there are
Yes,
two
there's
variations.
two that this applies to. The 3 locations are the same. The difference between option 3 and option 4 is whether residents are charged to park a car at one of those 3 locations. That is,
Option 4.
Yeah. I will suggest option 4, Madam Mayor.
okay. So that's option 4, and the suggestion that residents then would have to come into the office to register for a free parking pass.
Through your worship, actually, option number 4 would be a fee for all users. So what would happen is that it would be $10 for a day use for non-resident, $100 season pass for non-resident, or a $25 season pass for residents. That is option number 4 at those select locations.
So what's option 3?
So I think you were looking for option 3.
Well, Madam Mayor, since I did say what I just said, and since Mr. Chapman was very clear on number 4, what's number 3? Guys, I can always withdraw.
Through your worship, number 3 is the $10 per day for non-resident and the $100 for a season pass for a non-resident. And residents would not have to pay.
Excluding residents, yeah.
I'll let my option stand, number 4, and I'll see what my fellow councillors move on that, Madam Mayor.
Okay, so it is moved by Councillor Bell and seconded by the Deputy Mayor. Are you comfortable with that as option 4?
I'm sorry, Your Worship, no, I had misunderstood
withdraw?
originally. I do not agree with option 4. Option 3 I would support.
All right, well, we'll deal with option 4 first. Is there a seconder for option 4? Councillor Greenfield. Okay. Any comments for option 4? Councillor Vickers?
Through your worship, I don't know whether option 4 would be our best bet. It was never my intention for people to pay for parking that already pay through a tax levy. And in number 4, we would end up having to pay a relatively small amount, but still an amount that would have to be paid. So for these reasons, I'm against option number 4. I don't feel that people already paying taxes to look after these parks should then have to pay actually a user fee on top of that. People that I would like to see help contribute are the people that don't pay a tax, to pay into the tax levy. And that by them coming up and using the park, although it is good for the local economy and good for the local businesses, I think it's important to share some of the cost in using our parks and facilities. Unfortunately, these days, nothing's free. And I guess our parks is going to become one of them, in my eyes.
Thank you for that, Councillor Vickers, but let's really make it clear in our distinction that we're not asking our residents to pay to use the parks, to park their car in one of these 3 parks as a trial.
If I can say something, it maybe works for people in the Meaford area, whereas you live in Gursville. I guess I have to drive down to Market Square, park my car in Market Square, and then walk to the park. Like it maybe works for somebody like yourself, if I can use yourself as an example, visiting the harbor. Very convenient and very easy for you to do that. Whereas myself, I have to drive into town to get there unless I want to go for a really long hike. It doesn't work so well for everybody in the municipality. So I don't think there's much equity in allowing this to go through in option 4.
Thank you for that. I just wanted to make sure that we're clear on what we're doing here. Councillor Bartley.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and I agree with Councillor Vickers. Like I said, I have no intentions of charging residents to use the park or park the car at the park if you want to go that way. I could support option 3 for a one-year trial. But having said that, and I know it's a little off subject, back to what Darcy said about bylaw officers, which will be looking after this, I put my hand up for part-time bylaw officers during COVID. You're now telling me that they're here permanently?
Through your worship, I'm not saying they're here permanently. I just think that with the scope that they've actually been able to provide and the positive feedback that has come back from the public with regards to our parks and open spaces, that I think that there's going to be a significant push after COVID kind of subsides, that the public is going to expect that we maintain that level of service. And if that is the case, then this revenue stream will provide that offset so that at least it is a wash, to your point.
Okay, is there any further discussion on option 4? And then I'll call the vote. All in favor of this motion going forward? And those against? And that is last. So, Councillor Vickers?
I'd like to make a motion that we accept the recommendation of option number 2.
Option number 2.
2.
So this is parking at all parking lots located at parks and open spaces,
Okay.
excluding residents. Is there a seconder for that motion? Councillor Bartley? Any discussion?
Through your worship, I feel option 2 is probably a more appropriate option in that it satisfies some of the concerns that I have, is that we don't want residents paying a second time, so we're excluding the residents. And to have a decision on, and these aren't all our parks, I think we have some other open spaces besides these ones that are listed. You know, to try and make it half in, half out is kind of like being half pregnant and half not pregnant. So, you know, this way it might keep it a little bit cleaner, a little bit simpler for everybody to understand that if you're going to park at our facilities with a vehicle, then you're expected either to be a resident or a person willing to pay $10. So, no, to only use the 3, I think is the biggest difference between option 2 and 3, is that we're just, you know, making it more inclusive instead of being exclusive.
Good point.
I don't know whether I said that right or not, but I gave it my best try.
I understood.
Thank you.
Deputy Mayor?
Sorry about the comment about you walking to the harbor before. I didn't mean to single you out.
Understood.
Your worship, thank you. And I'm just thinking of it from staff's perspective. If we're going to do a pilot project for 1 year and to make the request then to monitor the list of parks that are included here in the report, I just think for the purpose of a 1-year pilot to focus on 3 parks would give us a good sense of how charging for parking for non-residents would be accepted and would be monitored, and would allow bylaw to focus on those 3 areas. So I would not support option 2, but will again support option 3.
Okay, Councillor Kentler?
Thank you, through your worship. And my problem with option 2, which I think we will come to that, but I can see that we would need another bylaw officer who would, because, or the bylaw officer we had would be spending a lot of time at least, because we'd be creating quite a traffic jam on the road there. There's very little parking available at the beach, and nobody will want to pay $10 when they can park just on the road and walk in. So.
Is there any further comments on the motion before us is for option 2? And I will call the question. Sorry, Councillor Vickers.
I was just waiting for everybody else to have a chance, but you know, to respond to Councillor Kentner's comments about Leith Beach, I find it, you know, you either got to be all in or all out. And you know, if we have to go through the procedure of putting no parking signs up on the road to Leith Beach, then so be it. I was out to Highboo there yesterday, and I think there's no parking signs along the road stopping people from just using the Highboo parks and beach parking on the road. So I don't think it's completely, you it's not a task that can't be completed. And I don't know whether the people wanting to use the Leith Beach, most of them are probably local and residents, and whether it'd be that much of an issue. I just don't like the idea of having it, defeated based on one area, one park.
Understood. Any further comment? Then I will call the question. All in favor of option 2 coming forward? 1, 2, 3, and 4. That is carried. Thank you, everyone. Budget 2020-02 is roadside noxious weed management.
Excuse me, Your Worship, sorry, we just voted to amend, to direct staff to move forward with option 2. We do need to have a vote on the final motion.
Thank you, Margaret, keeping us on track, me on track here. Appreciate that. That is the amendment so then, Margaret, have you got the wording on that you'd like us to
Sure, I would just
formally?
suggest that the Committee of the Whole recommend Council of the Municipality of Meaford direct staff to move forward with option, in this case, 2.
Option 2. All right. And that is, we're moved and seconded on that already. Can we use the same movers and seconder for the amendment?
Absolutely.
Okay. All in favor of the amended motion to option 2? And that is, those against? That is carried. Thank you, Margaret, for keeping me on track. Budget 2020-02 is the roadside noxious weed management. Can I have a mover and a seconder, please, to put that on the table? Councillor Bell and Councillor Kentner. Okay, any comments? And Councillor Bell?
Thanks, Madam Mayor. So this has been brought to my attention by, from where I live, some of the local farmers who actually asked me, does the municipality have a policy about, and the answer to that at this current sitting is that we don't. And so this is an opportunity for us to apply some money to start into this, and I just think that the longer that we wait trying to deal with this, being a weed, they will only propagate like a weed. So I think with what we've seen on our budget to add this amount of money, I think this at this time is the right thing to do. Thank you.
Councillor Bartley?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and I agree with Councillor Bell that we have to get a handle on this weed. I have an issue with the hogweed. We're paying $10,000 a year to look after 11 plants. I have an issue with that. I think something has to be looked at here.
Through your worship, so our current budget for noxious weeds is $10,000. It varies depending on how many hogs weed are identified throughout our municipality in a given year. So some years we don't use the entire $10,000. However, we are concerned with allocating it somewhere else, as there has been years where we have had to use the whole budget to deal with hogsweed, as it is a case-by-case basis, and from year to year the number varies significantly. So not every year does the whole budget get used towards that, but in some of those years we could definitely allocate some of it towards other noxious weeds such as the wild chervil. Just the only difficulty is we don't know how many we're going to get in a given year of the wild hogweed.
Thank you for that, Tori. Councillor Vickers?
Thank you, Your Worship. I'd like to speak in favor of this motion, supporting Councillor Bell. I spoke to it fairly lengthy at the budget process, and I think it is just going to be a problem that keeps getting worse and worse. And if we don't try and at least stop it, then it just becomes a larger problem. I also agree with Councillor Bartley on this, and I hope and I trust that that staff will find a very efficient and cost-effective way of controlling this. I know sometimes the the requirements to spray in our ditches in the municipality can sometimes be high, but hopefully, Tori, you and Jess can put your heads together and find a relatively efficient way of, spending the money and getting as much done as we possibly can for the dollars we spend. Thank you.
Councillor Bartley?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thanks, Tori, for the explaining it to me. But if you look on page 45, we pay $600 a plant. I just can't believe we're paying $600 to kill one plant.
Through your worship, we do have to hire experts to remove each of the plants, as they are toxic and can cause significant harm to humans if not removed properly. It's just what it costs to get them removed. From reaching out to other municipalities and what would come into play with regard to the wild chervil in particular is the more you do, the more cost effective it becomes. And so for instance, Town of the Blue Mountains covers approximately 200 kilometers of their roadside for approximately $20,000 to manage wild chervil. If you're dealing with significantly smaller areas, it'd be significantly more expensive. And with this additional funding, we would look to partner with the Town of the Blue Mountains so that we could get a better rate and get more wild chervil management completed. And so we could expect that we could get between 80 and 100 kilometers, similar to what the Town of the Blue Mountains is seeing, and get a larger amount of our wild chervil under control that we couldn't do on our own with a smaller budget.
Thank you, Tori. Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Your Worship, and I was just going to add to Councillor Bartley's point. I have unfortunately seen a person with infection in their arm because of hogsweed, and it is severe. So I will support this motion and would request, Tori, that if the funds are not all used in a year for hogsweed, could the additional funds then be carried over and used to fight wild chervil the following year so that we can try and get a handle on this particular noxious weed?
Through your worship, we can definitely do that because it would definitely help to help our management program if we move forward with wild chervil.
Anything further from council? So we are amending then the recommendation.
I think, through your worship, I think we actually need a formal motion on the table and a mover and a second.
To amend the recommendation?
Why are we amending it?
I thought that's what you did. Councillor Bell?
Through your worship, currently it's just a report for your information. So if you do want something to be done, then there would have to be a separate motion made.
So Councillor Bell, are you making that motion? To spend the extra 10,000?
Yes.
Thank you. And seconder,
I
Councillor
can't
Vickers?
second it unless somebody else wants to do it.
To amend that motion. And Margaret, do you have the wording for that?
Thank you, Your Worship. I would suggest something along the lines of that the Committee of the Whole directs staff to include a $10,000 enhancement in the 2021 operating budget to increase the noxious weed control budget line.
Deputy Mayor?
And could I suggest, Margaret, that just identify the wild chervil?
Yes, I was going to ask for clarification if you would like specifically, I could add for the control of wild chervil.
Yep.
Okay.
I agree.
You're in agreement with that? All right. All in favor of the amendment as read? And that is carried. And that brings us to the amended recommendation. All in favor of that amended recommendation? And that is carried. Thank you.
Your worship.
Sorry, Councillor Vickers?
I guess I'm through you. I guess I'm a little confused about if I want to bring another item forward, when would I bring that item forward?
Now.
Right now?
Right now.
Okay. So when we're going through our budgets, we had a line taken out with the name of the kind of gets me every time. The Columbine, the crematorium spot at the
Columbarium.
Columbarium. That's almost as hard as Tori's last name, but anyway, the Columbarium. And we kind of split the budget on it to half. I think it was originally set for 20,000, and we decided we'd do half the work and put it in at 10,000. I didn't think it was the proper thing to do at the time, and I guess I'm bringing forward my plea to try and to get the rest of the council to understand. I realize it's another $10,000, but if we're going to do the work, you bring all the workers in, the equipment in, and everything else, and you probably don't get half the work done. You probably get 40% of the work done. And with, I know we've worked very hard to get the budget down to the 3.52, but it just seems this is one of those times when, where if we just spend the extra money at the start, get it done, and be done properly, it'd be done for over twice as long. And looking back on it 5 years from now, we'd probably say that was a good decision, as opposed to cutting it the way it is right now. I know it probably didn't explain it that well, but that's kind of the long and the short of it.
You've made your point.
Thank you.
Councillor Vickers, and over to you, Mr. Chapman.
Through your worship, just to confirm, to jog Councillor Vickers and the rest of council's memory, the Columbarium project was actually budgeted at $90,000. Council made the determination, yes, to just do one of the two vaults and reduce the budget from $90,000 to $60,000. So it was a $30,000 reduction.
So it's not 10,000
Right.
you're looking at 30.
Yes, thank you, Darcy, for pointing out my error. And I would still like to proceed with my motion.
Okay. Is there a seconder for that motion? Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Your Worship. I would second that notion. Thank you, Councillor Vickers, because I would ask Darcy to confirm, but I suspect there must be efficiencies in doing both units in one construction phase rather than doing one this year and one next year, because we know there is demand for columbariums. We know they will sell in a relatively short period of time. So I'm just wondering what your determination is of savings, if there are savings in doing both all at once.
Well, through your worship, we haven't actually checked just to see what the one would cost, but I think council recognized that there was going to be increased cost to do one versus two. The budget for both was $90,000, so we knew that the cost was going to be give or take $45,000 per unit if we did both of them. Council made the determination to set the budget at $60,000 to get one completed. So, based on council's direction, there's an assumption that it could cost upwards of $15,000 more to do just one at this stage of the game. So, I don't know for sure if that's the right number or not, because it was just a decision that was made during the deliberations. But clearly, it will cost more to do just one versus both. Now, we can do just one, and that probably gives us 3 or 4 years of capacity based on one unit. But, we were looking for making sure that there was, visually it was appealing as well, right? To make sure that there was the exact same one on either side of the path that they'd be constructed on, so that visually they looked like there was symmetry there. But it's up to council to make that decision.
Councillor Kentner?
Yes, through your worship, Darcy, could you tell us how much that would up the the net tax rate increase? It's a fairly simple calculation. I think it's 90,000 of 146, is it, for a point?
Well, through your worship, so based on Councillor Vickers' request, it would really just be adding $30,000 to the budget, which is about 0.2%.
Okay.
Councillor Vickers?
So if I may ask, do we have any idea what the paid parking will increase our revenue by?
Through your worship, I was just waiting for council to get through all the deliberations, and I'm working at the same time trying to update my spreadsheets to get council that information. I can tell you what I'm working on right now is the assumption that the paid parking, we assumed $100,000 if we included residents. We were expecting a 20 to 30% reduction in revenues if we remove the resident fees, so that's the direction council's taking. So I'm going to be assuming $70,000 in revenue. There's going to be some first-year one-time startup costs, which I've assumed at $10,000, so a net of $60,000 in revenue. And then we've also, council has now voted to include $10,000 for the noxious weeds. So in reality, we're looking at still a net reduction of $40,000 at this stage of the game from what you just saw on the screen half an hour ago behind us.
Covers your 30,000.
Yeah. I'll finish it whenever you decide when it's time to finish. I'd like to speak to it at the end.
Okay. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Worship. And Darcy, I know you'll tell us that we shouldn't think in this way, but I'll ask anyway. We did have our first pass of the county budget last Thursday, and it's coming in at 2.18, and I'm just wondering, while you're doing calculations, if you could, with that assumption, let us know where we're at with county included.
Through your worship, you're quite correct that I would say that it is not reflective of what our needs are by trying to understand a blended rate. I don't know what the education's going to be. In the past, the education rate has continued to go down over the last 5 years. The provincial government is seeing extreme pressures with regards to education costs because of COVID mitigation. So I would have no idea where the education rate's going, and if it goes up versus down, that will make a significant impact on what's been happening over the last number of years in a blended rate. So I have no way to even guess at a blended rate at this stage of the game, even though the county may have got close to setting theirs.
Okay. Do you want to make your comments?
Yep. So just, with what Darcy has told us, that's, we really aren't affecting the budget maybe a whole lot up or down, but I just feel it's a very good business decision. So it's the part of me that says this is the common sense that, for the extra 30,000, you double the extra spots that you can have is going to be used. It looks like that's the trend. That'd be how I would predict it. And so I think it's well money spent. I know it's sometimes hard to say that when it comes to municipal, accounting, that it's good money spent, but I do feel it's good money spent this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Vickers. Councillor Bartley.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And Darcy, we're going to spend the money on the columbarium, and each time we sell a columbarium, does that not go against the cost of that? Would it not be a wash?
Through your worship, I mean, I guess it effectively is what other communities do is take some of that money and put it into a reserve fund for future use so that you can keep replacing the columbariums. We have not done that. We've just assumed that as part of the revenue for the cemetery annually, because the cemetery doesn't actually break even, so it costs the taxpayers money to operate the cemetery annually anyway. So, to your point, we could kind of pivot and change to do it like other communities have done it, but it just means that there'll be an effect on the revenue stream this year, which would then negatively impact the tax rate.
Okay, is there any further discussion on this motion going forward? Then I'll call the question. All in favor of this? 3, 4, those against? And that is carried. Thank you for bringing that forward, Councillor Vickers, and I will ask at this time if there's anything further to be added or subtracted from the budget or for us to consider. Councillor Greenfield.
Thank you, Your Worship, and I apologize because I'm not very well prepared to bring this forward due to a sleeping laptop over the past few days. I didn't have much chance for communication, but I'm concerned about the rising costs, the annual rising costs of basically IT commitments. Every department relies on computerization, and I understand that. I realize it is almost 2021. And I was really hoping to have a chance to talk to Mr. Carbert about this, but it just seems that every year we have to have new programs or new firewalls or whatever. And so I was wondering, and I will make a motion, as I say, I know it's late, but I'm wondering if we could cut $30,000 out of the overall IT expenses. I don't have individual departments to point to, but I just feel that we have to get a handle on this sometime, and it's just seems to be galloping upwards every year. So I'll put that motion forward, Your Worship. Thank you.
Rob, do you want to speak to that before I ask for a seconder, or will I ask for a seconder first?
Maybe it should be on the table before we
Okay.
speak to it.
Is there a seconder for this motion? Councillor Vickers? Okay. Moved and seconded. Over to you.
Just through your worship, I totally understand the concerns from information technology costs. We undertook, when actually IT was under myself, an IT strategy. And one of the biggest concerns, it was on the heels of the municipality being hit with ransomware. And what it could have meant to the municipality. We were very fortunate that it didn't affect us as much as it did some other organizations, but it was very clear that we had to make sure that all of our security and everything was up to date, because that's where the vulnerabilities occur with regard to your system, and to be able to get into it. And that includes both the firewalls that Councillor Greenfield speak to. It also includes that your software needs to be updated, because if you have older versions of software, that's a vulnerability that allows you to get into your system. I will say that we do a really good job reviewing and making sure that those systems that we acquire, that we look at, are necessary for our operations, to make sure that we're more efficient in doing our job, as well to ensure that we're keeping up to date to ensure those security. So all I can say is that we don't take the IT budget lightly. We realize it's a big expense. Every organization realizes that it's a big expense, but it is a necessity for us to do our jobs and protect our systems.
Through
Thank you,
worship,
Rob.
if I could add, I know that there was a lot of focus put on annual software maintenance costs, because that seems like that line item's gone up a lot. There are other line items that have gone down. Council needs to, in this particular case, look at the bottom line of IT and recognize that last year's budget was $481,000, and this year's budget is $492,000. So the total IT budget has actually only gone up by $11,000, which is realistically the cost of inflation. Our ASM has gone up substantially, but the costs on the capital contributions have gone down, because we're now just buying a stripped down laptop that has no software cost built into it, because everything is now cloud-based, and it's all done through Office 365, which comes with annual support costs instead of one-time hardware and software costs for that laptop. So everything is a trade-off. The reason that our annual software maintenance has gone up realistically is threefold. The first one being the migration to Office 365, which then allows staff to log on remotely and work from anywhere, to be able to deal with emails from anywhere. And in this uncertain time with COVID, it's ever important. The greater advantage to it as well is that since 365 is in the cloud, our email is accessible through the cloud. So when we have a power outage, we still have email greater than 15 minutes after the power goes out. Because right now, we have no power backup at the main administrative office. So when the power shuts off, we lose our email in 15 minutes. And there's no way of getting it back until the power goes back on. So from an emergency management standpoint, if nothing else, that's not really great when we're trying to communicate with people. There is additional software maintenance costs this year in the budget, which are charged out to the library, but because they've gone to a new online system to allow for self-checkouts and everything, we've already implemented that in the facility, so it's impossible to take that out. And the last one was the Questica budget software. So if council decided that they wanted us not to do the budget software, even though you just approved it at the last meeting, we could save $10,000 in annual support for 2021 through that budget process. But again, there are significant efficiencies to doing that. And I'll say yet again, the overall IT budget has only gone up by $11,000. And everybody within the corporation, everybody requires software and hardware in order to function properly, given that it is 2021.
Okay, thank you for that, Councillor Vickers.
Through you, Your Worship, and to you, Harley, and I seconded the motion, but, it is a tough one because, like Rob and Darcy have said, like, it's just a continuation of people wanting to break into our system. And I, in my life, I try not to be afraid of the boogeyman, but this is one boogeyman that I am afraid of. You can't see it, you can't touch it, you can't do anything about it, but he is out there, or she is out there. And I think it'd be unwise if we let down our shield and spent less. And if we ever did get into one of these ransom deals that I think it was a county, was it Wasaga Beach or somebody just east of us, was it not, Rob?
We've had one too.
Oh, we had one too. So it's something we're familiar with, and I just don't think in my own good conscience I could ask for a decrease in the budget. So that's the reason why I seconded your motion, but we'll probably vote against it.
Okay, thank you for that, Councillor Vickers. Any further comments? Then I will call the question on this motion to cut $30,000 out of the IT budget across the board. All in favor? And those against? And that is lost. There is one that I will, sorry, Councillor Bell.
It's all right, Madam Mayor, if you wanted to do something, we
ahead,
might
please.
be the same. But thank you. I have a question, and it deals with transportation services. And it's on the very first page of transportation and fleet services. And it's a line item that goes down near the bottom in my binder. It's the fourth one up from the bottom. And the heading is Contracted Services Other. So in 2019, the actual expenditures for contracted services other was 170,000, 500,000 plus, 50,000 plus. Then the actual budgeted for 2020 was about 140,000. And then as we were going through our budget deliberations, given when the time that this was printed, the expenditures of that 140 were sitting at 114. So during 2020, even if they spend all of the close to 140,000, what is being proposed in our 2021 budget? From 2019 at 170, we are being asked to consider 213,375. That is a jump of over $74,000. So I went through this, and I saw that using the number of 213,375, I added an inflation rate of 2.1%, and I virtually come up with all the numbers which are projected on these lines heading out to 2025. So my question then to Tory is this. 2020's budget was 140,000. We're asking for 213,000 for contracted services other, and in my book I just put down a question mark. Other, what does that mean? And that is quite a jump from the 2020, and it even supersedes the 2019 by quite a bit of money. So if I've expressed my thoughts on that line item, Tory, I'd like to hear from you on that, please.
Sounds good, through your worship. So there are a couple of pieces with this line item. It actually has a couple of different contracted service items within it. I'm trying to bring up the breakdown that we have, but unfortunately I'm not successfully connecting to the server, so I will do my best to highlight what is in that item and what those increases are. So one of the main ones is that contracted services, I'm pretty sure includes our salt and sand budget, which has increased based on our tendering process that we went through this year. So that makes up a portion of that budget. Another item that has increased this budget but not impacted the total budget is that we transferred over $40,000 from a capital project for that for roadway sealing that we used to do as a capital line item, and this year we did it as a pilot project with that CRF product, and we've moved it into operating budget as it is more of a maintenance of our roadways. So the actual impact to the overall budget hasn't changed, but it has increased that line item. I'm trying to think if there was any other tendered contracted services that we went out to this year that have increased, but that is what the main increases were from the 2020 budget to 2021. As well, we will be spending the entire or most of the 2020 budget. It's just some of the invoices get paid out later in the year because those contracted services do go throughout the entire year, so don't get paid out until later.
Councillor Bell?
Thanks once again, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Tori, for that. So just flipping over the page, I find that salt and sand expenditures budgeted for the proposal of 2021 is $203,350. So I know you just pulled that thought process very quickly sitting here in the chair, but at the same time, I'm seeing quite an increase. Even if you just do sort of inflationary progression through our page here, we really should be looking at an area probably somewhere around $180,000. So since this is an opportunity for us to have an impact on the budget, I want to be really, I want this to be an accurate thing. So, Madam Mayor, do we have one more time that we can talk about budget before it's finalized?
Madam Mayor, sorry, just because I know Tori was trying to
Yep.
pull this. The $203,000,
Yep.
the salt and sand just didn't go up by inflation. Those are actual contract costs based on approved, awarded contracts for salt and sand by council.
Okay.
So we can't change those numbers because council's already approved those long-term contracts. Within the contracted services, to Tori's point, it was about $85,000 in increase. $40,000 was the crack sealing. $35,000 was dust suppressant, again, an approved contract awarded by council. $10,000 was roadside mowing, again, an approved contract awarded by council. So these costs have increased because of real increased contract costs that council has already seen through prior awards of tenders.
Thank you, Darcy, for grabbing that. Unfortunately, my computer is still not connecting to the server. I did remember that there were some approved contracts in that, and so he is correct. It is that roadside mowing that's gone up, as well as the dust suppressant contract that is a multi-year contract that was signed in 2020.
Are you all right with that, Councillor Ballot? You're shaking your head, but I'll come back to you then if you want to think about that. Councillor Kempner?
Thank you, through your worship. I just had a question for Darcy on, this is under corporate services, financial services, and it's about the sixth item up from the bottom, that the office supplies are sort of flatlined at around $11,000, $12,000 over the course of the years, and then in 2025, $125,000. I'm sure you have a very logical explanation. I'd just like to hear it. Thanks.
Whoops. That's through your worship. I apologize. It's simply a slip of an extra zero. It should be $12,500. It doesn't affect this year, but certainly would affect the long-term projections.
I hope I'm here in 2025.
Good catch there, Councillor Kendrick. Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm wondering if I could ask Mr. Armstrong, because it's under the CAO's section, page 5, the COVID-19 mitigation. And I'm just looking for a little clarification, I guess, on a couple of things. I see that in 2020, we're not showing any revenue loss from Meaford Hall, for one thing, and I'm wondering if there's opportunity to allot more expenses to this list, and if we might be applying for additional support funding from the province. I'm wondering about wages for one thing. I see we're not showing wages for 2020, projecting 21,350 in 2021, but thinking of the massive amount of work that was done in communications, for example, and you know, adjustments to our website and mailings and so on. And I'm just looking for a little more clarification and understanding of how those numbers were calculated, and if there's an opportunity to apply to the province for more funding.
Through Your Worship, so speaking specifically to Meaford Hall within the COVID mitigation, we have projected a lost revenue that would be accounted for in this account. So that is accounted for, and I think we have it's $109,000 projected. The majority of this is made up of the additional bylaw enforcement services that we are providing through in the community related to COVID. It also includes our increased cleaning both within our parks and our facilities to deal with those requirements of COVID as well. This is all being done. We knew that there was 2 rounds of funding available in 2020, this year. One was an automatic, here's the funds, show us how you used it. There was a second round that we looked at our operations and didn't see that we would qualify because we didn't have those expenses like some other communities did. But for 2021, this is what we're projecting with what we believe we'll be into for next year until we can return the services, with the anticipation or hope that there'll be a third round, I guess, of funding for 2021 from the provincial government. And as we've said, is if that does not come forward, then we'll use the general reserve fund operating. I'll get Darcy to clarify what fund it is, but as sort of the backup if there is no funding. So the intent is that there won't be any impact on the taxpayer should that funding not come from the provincial government.
Through your worship, I think, to the Deputy Mayor's question, do not look at the 2020 actual numbers as any reflection of reality at this stage of the game. Those were as of September. We haven't done any of the journal entries for the end of the year. The expectation will be, because there's no revenue showing there either, but we got $352,000. The expectation is that there's going to be a $352,000 revenue line item, and there'll be $352,000 worth of expenses for 2020 by year end. But that's not reflected right now because, you know, we haven't done all that accounting for the year end for the, you know, the audit perspective. This is just budget, and this is what was sitting in the accounts at that time. To Rob's point, the proposed 2021 costs are the $216,000. We're saying right now that it's to be offset by a grant. We will apply for any grant that is available if we qualify. But if we don't get the grant, it will come. The funding will come from the general working capital reserve. The province, although being fairly fluid with the funds and the expectations for reporting, they're fairly clear about the fact that you cannot use it to offset costs that already would have been incurred. So, you know, to the Deputy Mayor's point about enhanced communications and website and so on and so forth, we already had those staff employed by the municipality, and within our overall payroll, we didn't hire extra staff to help us out with that. So because of that, those aren't costs that actually can be charged back against some kind of COVID funding.
Okay. Councillor Bartley?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and probably to Tory. Darcy might have to come in on this. Our garbage contract, as we all know, went up $360,000 a year. It's unbelievable. A big part of that is recyclables. Is there a chance that that contract can be opened up and looked at? And where I'm going with this is, we talked about doing recycling every other week instead of every week. I know you can't do that with the compost, but you could do it for 7 months of the year when it's colder. I wouldn't need to put my blue box or compost out every 2 weeks for the 7 colder months. Is that something we should talk about? I think there's a big savings there if that could happen.
Sorry.
Through your
No.
worship, just purely from a purchasing and contract perspective, I think there'd be significant penalties on us trying to break something. If we wanted to do this, we needed to do it prior to actually entering into the contract if we wanted to change the level of service. But we've entered into a contract with Millers for the next 3 years. They have staffing and equipment and the trucks and everything else for those next 3 years. If we want to look at something different 3 years from now, then I think this is not a bad time though for council to start having those discussions about varying levels of service so that Tori, and Chris, and then on the purchasing side of things, we can get our ducks in order so that we can tender early enough, well before the end of this contract, to try and understand if there are alternatives and what those pricing alternatives might be. I think for right now, we're married to this contract because there really is no out clause without penalty for us to get out of it.
Thank you.
Okay, are there any other enhancements or changes that the council would want to entertain? Mr.
Through
Chapman?
your worship, if there isn't anything, I've been feverishly working at this while council's been adding and subtracting different things. What we're looking at right now, this includes the offset of the assessment growth. The total budget increase, net budget increase would be 3.31%. And that includes the parking fees, the noxious weeds, and the columbarium that were all approved today.
Thank you, Darcy. It's quick work. One thing, sorry, did you want something more, Rob? No? One thing that I wanted just to bring to council's attention is that the COLA figure that we had agreed upon at the outset in the preparation of the budget was 1%, pending information coming from our neighbors and other our colleagues around Grey County. My understanding is that that figure that they're looking at comes to 1.4% for COLA increase. And I'm wondering whether this is something that council would like to consider in terms of our COLA increase from 1 to 1.4%.
Yeah, just to speak on that, Your Worship. So I think at the presentations, I advised that the current average amongst the Grey County municipalities was 1.4 at the time when I did that presentation on the 9th and the 10th. We haven't gone out and canvassed again as an update at this point in time, but that was where that 1.4% came from. I think also in understanding it, Darcy was going to just confirm what that would do as an impact to the percentage, just so council is aware of that for your information.
Yes, through your worship, going from 1 to 1.4 would add an extra $17,450 to the levy.
And quickly, what would that do to our 3.31?
3.5.
Minuscule.
Madam Mayor, you're asking for a lot right now.
It's going to be pretty close to 3.5.
Pretty close to, what did you say?
3.5, I would think.
Be 3.43%, Madam Mayor.
3.43.
Yes.
Okay. Councillor Vickers?
May I ask a question?
Yes, please.
Yep. Do we know, so and I probably should know this, but I don't. What's the COLA rate for across Ontario?
Through your worship, based on the prior policy of council using the 12-month average, it would have been 1.17%.
Okay,
Can I make a suggestion?
please.
Since this is, just kind of got brought up here now, could we defer this until, because like we said, there's one more meeting, is there not? That we can actually do the final change, or is this it, Rob?
Rob?
Yes. So what is before council today in the report is to send the final draft of the budget to the public for December the 16th. So we're hoping that the final direction at that point can be made. As Darcy's indicated in the past, if significant changes occur post the public meeting, then there may be the need, depending on what those changes are, to go back to the public with a further public meeting in the future. Now, if it's just a minor change, I don't think it's significant, but those are just some of the advice that Darcy gives to council. But we're hoping to seek direction today to go to the public meeting for December the 16th.
Councillor Bartley? Thank you, Rob.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I guess I should speak to this because I'm the one that brought this forward. I brought it forward because I didn't want raises to be given out in the 2% and 3% that it could have. I wanted to be fair to the employees and give them an average of what our comparators are in the rest of Grey County. I brought that forward. I do believe 1.4 is correct. Actually, I had it worked out to 1.6, but if we want to go with 1.4, I would be willing to do that. I brought this forward to be fair. I didn't want people getting more than the rest of the municipalities in Grey County, and I didn't want them getting less. And I would go with the 1.4. I think it's actually 0.02 low, but I could go to 1.4 and live with that. Thank you.
Are you making that motion?
I'm making that motion.
All right.
I'm the one that brought the motion to lower it. I'm bringing the motion forward to be
raise it.
fair.
Thank you for that. Is there a seconder? Councillor Vickers? Thank you. Any comments, further discussion on this? Councillor Kentner, no, you were going to second it? Councillor Bell?
Thanks, Madam Mayor. For budgetary purposes, when council said to start the budget process, will next year, will staff start at 1% as a policy to start?
To your worship, yeah, the council policy is when we start the budget process, it starts at 1, and then we bring whatever the average across Grey County is further in the presentations which we did.
Thank you.
So.
Okay. Councillor Vickers?
I'd just like to, through your worship, to agree with what Councillor Bartley said. I think Steve's dead on that this is fair. We don't want to lowball our staff, but we don't want it to, we have responsibility to the taxpayer also. So I think it's a good compromise, and it's something that I think I can live with, and I think the people of the municipality should be able to live with it also. Thanks.
Thank you. Anything further from discussion on this point? Then I'll call the question. All in favor of this 1.4 for COLA? And those against? And that is carried. Is there anything further that council wishes to include in the Councillor Bartley?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and just to be the devil's advocate, to help pay for the raise I just give out. The annual grant that we give out of $50K a year, I would like to bring that down to $25,000, if there's any appetite to do that.
You're talking about the charitable budget?
No, the facades grant,
Oh, the CIP.
CIP.
Community improvement.
Okay. And are you moving that?
I move that.
And is there a seconder for that motion? And Councillor Greenfield?
I do have a question too. I will second it to get it on the floor, though.
Okay, thank you. Please go ahead with your question.
Okay, I guess my question would be to Councillor Bartley. I actually have thought about this too, that maybe 50, it's taxpayer dollars. And maybe that's a little bit too high, but I wonder, do you have specific reasons that you would like it down to 25? Would it be lower grants per applicant? Is that what you're thinking? Or are you thinking about maybe 2 major grants and splitting it over the 25? Or does that have any effect on your reasoning?
If I may,
Please go ahead.
thank you, Madam Mayor. No, Harley, I went through this budget line for line. I've brought out several service cuts that I was willing to put on the table and talk about, and I got no response from the rest of council. And this is the one and only thing I could find in here that I could save a bit of money. And I knew that the COLA was going to come up, so I wanted to somehow pay for that. So that's the only money I could find in this budget at this present time, is the reason for picking on the CIP. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Your Worship, and I have to speak in support of the current CIP program, recognizing, and we all are aware of the condition of our downtown and the several buildings that could use some facade improvement, and we hope that store owners will continue to take advantage of the program. I mean, several have, and we've seen significant improvements, RBA most recently. And we heard Alan Reed speak earlier today in a deputation about the condition of the home at 141 Sykes. And I felt after that council might consider a conversation about expanding the CI program to include those heritage homes. And we know that United Church was hopeful for funds, and that didn't work out. But I really would encourage us, as much as we're trying to decrease this budget, to continue with the $50,000 for the CIP program to continue moving forward and supporting businesses many of whom, as we all know, are having difficult times this year and probably will for the next couple of years as we recover from COVID. So if this allows a business to improve their appearance, then I would strongly encourage us to continue with the program as it exists.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. And Councillor Vickers?
Through your worship, Rob, I know this is, off, you've just heard about this now, but do you have some comments on how this would affect the program for and against?
Through your worship, I wanted to speak to this. So just so council understands some of the background, the initial program that this was for was the downtown, and it really was just used for downtown facades. A number of years ago, council expanded it, and we actually have 2 community improvement plans right now. One's a downtown community improvement. The other one's an economic community improvement plan that's available to any business within the community or farming operation to expand their operations. So it does include quite a large number of other operations as opposed to just downtown facades. A couple of years ago, the County of Grey put forward, and they are now contributing $20,000 to all lower tier municipalities for community improvement projects. So that's why we were able to go from our $50,000 funding to the $70,000 funding. And one of the big pushes from the County of Grey is providing, having financial incentives available for attainable or affordable housing projects. We haven't had any yet, but we do have a significant interest with some developments to qualify for some funding with regard to that. I can tell you that the funding they're looking for, that they need, are a lot bigger than the funding that we currently have in place. However, we do have a bit of a reserve that if we do have one of those big projects that we can utilize that reserve for those going forward. In addition, we would have liked to have commenced the update to the community improvement plan earlier this year to create one plan for the entire community that's going to include provisions for housing. However, unfortunately, we were able to do that, but it will be coming forward very shortly to council with updates in that regard. So I would be recommending that we maintain the current funding to deal with some of those larger scale requests for those type of priority projects that the municipality is encouraging and we hear regularly about and fits in with our council's strategic priorities for sure.
Thank you, Rob. Councillor Vickers, Councillor Kentner.
Just a further question. Darcy, can you tell us, so we budgeted $50,000, is that correct? For the program?
Through your worship, so we actually budget $70,000, but that's because Grey County gives us $20,000 as well. So our budget is effectively $50,000 of that because we have a very healthy reserve. What we really do is we budget $30,000 as part of the tax levy annually and $20,000 to be funded from the reserve fund. So, and the reason for that is that the first couple of years were like super oversubscribed and we used all the money. And then since then, we've been hovering anywhere between $25,000 and $37,000 a year. So the expectation is that in a normal year, plus or minus $30,000 is kind of the funding that's needed. So that's why we budget for $30,000 to come out of the tax levy. The other $20,000 comes from the reserve fund. So that if we have, a heavy year, then we've got the money there to use it.
Can I ask quickly, how much is the reserve fund?
I believe it's around between $95,000 and $100,000 right now, off the top of my head.
Councillor Kentner.
Through your worship, I can understand where you're coming from, Councillor Bartley. I just, if you look ahead into the future, I'm hoping, that there's some really good things ahead for Meaford, and I'm hoping that we're going to have more community engagement. And I think that for those things to happen, we need as much headroom as we can get as councillors to offer incentives to sort of drive things in the direction we'd like to see them go as we grow. And so I just think that it would maybe be wise to keep this money intact, and because it is, don't like to use the word play money for council, but it's some of the very few funds that we really have a bit of discretion on. So for that reason, I hope we'll retain this fund at the amount it's set. Thanks.
Thank you. Any further discussion on this? Councillor Bell.
Thanks, Madam Mayor, and I appreciate your comments, Councillor Bartley. Since I'm a person who sits on the BIA, this comes up from time to time about what they can do with individual businesses. There is one thing that I do appreciate about looking at these applicants. It's an opportunity for sitting council to actually hear from people what they're doing, why they're doing it, how important it is to them. And it makes for, in my opinion, an invaluable opportunity to have them come forward and have them talk to us, and so that we can hear what's going on from, as the CAO said, even in outlying areas, what they're busy doing. So appreciate your comments very much. It's important, and but I don't think I can support that motion, Councillor Bartley. Thank you.
Thanks, everyone, for your comments. Seeing nothing further, I'll call the question. All in favor of reducing that 50,000 CIP grant to 25,000? All in favor? And against? And that is lost. Okay, final call. Is there anything else, Deputy Mayor?
Your worship, thank you. Mr. Armstrong, we've had this conversation before, but I just have to ask again. Tourism services, net levy, 23,000 in 2020 and 23,225 in 2021. And we see on the sign outside the Meaford Hall door that tourism services are essentially closed for the time being, and we have an expense of 17,249 in 2020 thus far. So I'm looking for clarification on that, and wondering if you can share with us how tourism services will be managed in 2021 and how those funds will be spent within Meaford Hall.
Yeah, through your worship, we realize that we need to take a look of those funds, but basically the funds that are applied to tourism services with the Meaford Hall are for the additional staffing that allows us to keep the doors open longer and the washrooms available to the general public, because we have heard that that's one of the things that tourists are looking for is washrooms as they come through town. We do have the area where we do the flyers, and people are available to come and pick that up. There is also the staff member that they can ask questions through that are open typically Monday to Friday. I think our proposal is that when things return to normal, and that's what I would always like council to consider is the operations as they would normally be as opposed to COVID, because ideally that's how we budget. So ideally we'll get that back up and running in the same format, but we've also mentioned that through the economic development task force, we will be looking at what's the best way to deliver those services both locally and regionally, and we'll consider that as next year with regard to the discussions. But for next year, I think we need to do the same as we're doing this year. Otherwise, we will have to close Meaford Hall more with regard to the public services that are provided.
Thank you for that, Rob. Councillor Bartley.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Darcy, going forward, we're going back to the public for our December meeting. We're only going to be able to show what we're at 3.48. We cannot add in the county or the education. Is there a deadline on the education, or when does this usually happen?
Through your worship, usually education tries to get their rates out about the first to second week of February.
So we will not have a figure till February.
Yeah, and that's why we always pass our budget, December, January, and then I bring, as part of the final rate passage, I bring forward a report that shows what the actual blended rate will be once the provinces finalize their education rates.
So without
we usually do that, in March, because we have to wait till February to get those rates, and then we bring the report forward in March, and then we actually do the rate bylaws in April.
And I'm getting you to look into your crystal ball again, because if county's at 2.12, then it's more than likely ours will fall below 3.
Through your worship, I have no comment on blended rates. I've said that a million times. I have no comment on blended rates.
This next stretch is pretty thin, making predictions like anything further then from council? We can call this the final budget number that we're willing to present to the public in December. And we are sitting, if my scratchings are accurate, 3.43%. Is that correct, Darcy? Okay.
Margaret maybe has something for you.
And, sorry, Margaret.
Sorry, just procedurally, if we could have a motion for item C, which is the 2021 final draft budget review. We have a motion for staff to bring the final draft budget forward to the statutory meeting on December 14th, please.
And yes, of course. A mover and a seconder, please. Councillor Bell, Councillor Greenfield. To bring this, the final budget review, including the recommendations that have been made heretofore this afternoon. All in favor? And that is carried. Thank you very much, everyone. Does anyone need a break? Yes? 5-10 minutes? Can we reconvene, please? Okay, moving on to our Chief Administrative Officer, CAO 2020-23 is the Meaford Wastewater Treatment Plant Servicing Allocation. Rob, over to you. Mover and a seconder, please. Thank you. And the seconder, Councillor Vickers. Now over to you.
Thank you, Worship. So I'm going to do a bit of a tag team here with Tori. I'm going to let her kick it off with explaining some of the background on the EA and the inflow and infiltration, and then I'll speak to follow up on just actions.
Perfect. So in 2007, the municipality completed a class environmental assessment for the potential wastewater treatment expansion as the plant capacity was over 80%. The preferred design alternatives identified through that study included expanding the wastewater treatment plant on the current property with purchasing the adjacent property for a buffer area, optimizing the plant operations, as well as reducing the inflow and infiltration from the collection system. So the cost to complete the expansion were identified in 2007 to be approximately $21.5 million. So following the completion in 2007, it was determined that the municipality did not have the necessary funds to proceed with the preferred solution. And additional studies were completed to understand if more cost-effective solutions could be implemented, including phased expansion to help reduce the upfront costs. During the study, consultation with the Ministry of the Environment identified that an addendum to the class environmental assessment would be required prior to proceeding with design and construction. So in 2015, the municipality examined proceeding with that addendum. However, the plant usage had reduced to about 56%, which was the lowest usage we've seen at our wastewater treatment plant in over a decade. Of the rated capacity. Therefore, the process was put on hold and until now. And so annually, the municipality completes capacity allocation reports for the wastewater treatment plant. The 2019 report identified that the 3-year average daily flow at the plant is now at 75.8% of the rated capacity, with the highest historical average daily flow in the past 3 years occurring in 2017. So we definitely see fluctuations from year to year. The peak flow at the plant exceeds the rated capacity and can be attributed to heavy rainfall and snowmelt. It is important to note that there are 454 unconnected approved lots within the urban area, of which 235 are existing lots and infill lots that are currently not serviced by sewer, but are capable of being connected. So once these lots are connected to the distribution system, the plant capacity will be at approximately 82%. And this really impacts our ability to allow for future development. So to highlight more of the constraints we have with regards to inflow and infiltration, as identified in the 2007 class environmental assessment and additional studies completed since, the municipality has significant rainwater and groundwater entering into our wastewater collection system that is increasing the volume of water treated at our wastewater treatment plant, reducing the amount of available capacity for development. Some projects have been completed to target areas of significant concern. However, there is still significant work to be completed. A new system with limited inflow and infiltration would you could expect that the quantity of water treated at the water treatment plant would match the wastewater treated at the wastewater treatment plant. Currently, Meaford treats about double the amount of wastewater than the water produced. To further emphasize the problem, the municipality has 45% more units connected to the water distribution system in urban Meaford that have septic tanks on their property, so that are not connected to the wastewater system. So It has been the position of staff that there is it would be more economical to address the existing inflow and infiltration issues than to proceed with a more expensive expansion that takes into consideration that I&I that we would need to treat if we don't do anything. And that the expansion of the plant could be premature because we are treating a lot of groundwater and rainwater. An alternative moving forward is to proceed with an aggressive plan to address the inflow and infiltration and finance the work through debt, while we're also working on this study to see what expansion needs to happen at the wastewater treatment plant. In order to consider this, staff would need to bring a report forward to council that outlines the projects with costing for council consideration. I'm going to pass it over to Rob to talk more about the development side and how this would all impact that.
Thank you, Tori.
Thank you, Tori. So first off, how we give allocation within the plant falls within our official plan. And in 2014, we did an update of the official plan, included a number of sections within the plan. In particular, D1.9.1, which speaks to reservation and allocation limitations, and talks about when commitments are made and for capacity with regard to both the existing and design approval of the plant. Another section of the plan, D192, talks about the use of the holding symbol. And that's key because it allows us the ability to zone a property with the holding symbol, and then as development occurs and we enter into agreements and confirm capacity is available for them, then that's when the holding symbol gets lifted. So it allows us that tool to give assurances to people that they don't have to go back to the public just to have that confirmation of capacity. And then D193 is critical because it talks about opportunities for council to give priority allocation over other forms of development. Basically takes it past the first in or first application to more priority based and the type of developments that council wants to encourage where capacity is available, and whether it's an affordable housing project or another form of development that's of a priority over another to council. So that gives us the opportunity. And what we would be suggesting as one of the action items of this report is we bring a more comprehensive implementation plan to council for consideration in consultation with the County of Grey and the Ministry of Environment on how we can do it, because technically you do get into limitation problems. Most recently, as of last week, in discussions with the County of Grey, it used to be that you weren't allowed to grant draft plan approvals without having the capacity. But similar to the holding symbol, they also have the tool where they can build in conditions to give the planning approval and leave the allocation component to the actual execution of the agreement. So that will be all explained in an implementation report as well. We do annually, as part of the wastewater treatment plant, prepare what we call a depleting ledger. Where do we sit with regard to developments? So attached as Appendix 1 to the report is our 2019 depleting ledger that we've just finished up, and it sort of takes you, on the left side is developments that are committed, and then proposed developments. So at the end of committed developments, you can see it shows we have 539 equivalent residential units. And then after that, a list of all of the developments that we have ongoing right now and how they tie into capacity. And you can see that after a few of them, by the time we get down to, in this chart, Meaford Haven, you can see we move into a negative situation. So we do have certain aspects that we do need to deal with. These are in no particular order. They're just a list of applications. So it's not like the Cook, Collingwood Street to Legion have capacity and Meaford Haven on does not. There's not a priority. It's just to show you where it would sit and as we went through. And then just other proposals are also highlighted in the report as well. So that's where we go from a depleting ledger point of view. Just some of the background. As we move through an EA process, an addendum to the EA, which is suggested in the report, we'll also tie in the update to our official plan. which is proposed for 2021. So the EA will factor in that as well as we do. We've got some information on development charges. Right now, it's currently our reserves collected from development charges for the sewage plant is sitting in around, I think we had about $1 million in current funds, that 1.1 that we've obtained from development now for the sewage plant expansion. That consists us with regard to commencing the EA. So Council's already budgeted the EA addendum starting in 2021 as well. We've just noted our debt capacity because if we do have to go with a plant expansion or go with a very aggressive I&I proposal, we have to be cognizant of that. So we've just highlighted the debt capacity. So I don't know if you, Tori, had anything more she wanted to tackle?
Yeah, so I can just go over the next steps with regards to the addendum of the Class EA. And as Rob identified, there would be other things going alongside this type of work, which would include parts of the planning process, as well as staff are recommending we also have an I&I program in place as well that we're working through. But with regards to the Class EA itself, the first step would be to retain a consultant to complete an addendum to the 2007 Class EA. It is required to update that Class EA to properly reflect current population, as well as the existing Class EA has actually expired. After 10 years, you have to redo them. So we can utilize the information in them, but have to update anything that no longer is relevant. And this is anticipated to take approximately 1 to 2 years and is budgeted to commence in 2021, with the other portion of the budget coming from the 2022 budget. The next step following completion and filing of the Class EA addendum, the project will proceed to detailed design of the preferred alternative identified through the addendum. And this is anticipated to take about 18 months, but could vary depending on the outcome of the Class EA addendum. And then the next step, we would be proceeding with construction of the wastewater treatment plant expansion. And we would anticipate that it would take approximately 1 to 2 years for this type of expansion. But again, it will depend on what the final outcomes are and what the design of that plant is.
So moving over to the recommendation, because the environmental assessment addendum is already in our proposed budget, we didn't include that as a recommendation within this report because we've already recommended to council through the budget process. But the 3 steps that we are recommending in addition to that is, one, that we advise the development community of this constraint. I will note that we have been communicating our constraints to developers on an ongoing basis, and that we will continue to monitor and address as to the best of our ability. So this is not new, but I think we do need to provide that in writing to them in our game plan, subject to council endorsing the recommendation. The other is to get moving on an inflow and infiltration strategy forthwith. We believe that that's going to be the most advantageous route financially for the municipality to free up capacity by making our sewage plant more efficient. So we're recommending that strategy come forward for implementation as part of the 2022 budget. I believe that's what our game plan was. And then also, as I spoke, the implementation plan with regard to priority allocations. So an example, when we consider the Loon Call development, that we just had a public meeting, if we proceed, they understand the constraints, but they're not building all those homes at once. So it's building into that phasing approval. So give them some of the allocation, but holding them back until we can get additional. So that type of thing needs to come in a comprehensive report to council in consultation with the County of Grey and the Ministry of Environment with regard to following along with the provincial policy statements. So those are our recommendations for council.
Thank you, Rob. Comments, Councillor Vickers.
Thank you, Your Worship, and Rob and Tori. This is a great report. It did 2 things for me. It opened up my eyes to what the problem is, but it also explained it that there is possibilities and there is solutions to this. So one of my questions I have is about the I&I. When you say we may need to put together an aggressive policy towards I&I, when you say aggressive, like, are you talking $1 million? Are you talking a couple $1 million? Is it $500,000? I can't comprehend what you mean by saying aggressive. And just while you're thinking about that, this year, we tried to do some of the I&I, but it was deferred because of COVID, was it not? Am I thinking that right?
Correct, through your worship. So I'll answer the first question and then I'll get to that one. Right now, when we do a project where we replace one block of water mains, sanitary sewer, whatever it is, it's approximately $500,000. And so, depending on how much we decide to move forward with to reduce the current I&I, it could be quite expensive since replacement of our infrastructure is very expensive. We are right now at the stages of just finishing up a wastewater SOTI, which has gone through all of the video that we collect as a municipality of our wastewater collection system and identified the key areas that require replacement. And so we will be utilizing that to help develop the report that comes to council to identify what that plan would look like and what timeline we expect to complete it in. Having that report will really help us be able to target the locations where significant amounts of storm and groundwater are getting into our system. With regards to the project we had planned for this year, the intention of it is to try to eliminate the I&I that occurs from roof leaders off of the buildings on Sykes Street that connect right into our wastewater system. And so we will be moving forward with that next year, or 2021, with the budget that we had in 2020, and determining how we can work to get those disconnected or potentially connected to a stormwater. And so that would go and be in conjunction with the larger plan as well. But that project was just a smaller section of helping reduce that.
With the possibilities of COVID still being around next summer, do you think that's possible, or is there ways that you can, do you call it mitigation of the COVID potential?
Through your worship, part of the problem was when we were hoping to tender the project back in March and April, there was so many unknowns with COVID. And so part of it is we need to understand how those buildings connect into our wastewater collection system. And so with speaking with engineers who have done things in other communities in a similar way, they had to go into the buildings. And so we have a better understanding of how we can do that now safely, even though COVID is still a thing and still around. And so we would just work within those constraints. Unfortunately, it was just with so many unknowns back in April, we just weren't quite sure how to do that.
Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Your Worship. A couple questions, if I may, Tori. In the list of developments, we don't see Parkbridge, so does that mean that they have confirmed that they are not going to be using services from Meaford, Rob?
Yeah, so the plan before council is those developments that have a official plan approval, they're in our urban settlement area, so we have to plan for them, their expansion. Right now, Parkbridge is not within the settlement area, so they're not accounted for. So anything they come forward, if they propose to connect or don't connect, and that will be subject to their application and review, will have to be over and above. And so they're aware of that initially, for sure.
And second question, if I
Yes,
may, Your
please.
Worship. And this expansion has to happen. I mean, we have no choice, really. We have to go forward and get this underway. But I'm just curious to know, because we're already dealing with incredibly high increases to our water and wastewater rates for our residents, and do we have any understanding at this point of how this will impact those rates going forward? I mean, we're already at 8%, and do we anticipate that increasing even more to accommodate this expansion?
Through your worship, so as this is needed for development, the expansion would be covered by DC charges, like development charges. So we would be having to utilize debt before we are able to collect those development charges, but it wouldn't be coming from the tax base to pay for the expansion because it is needed for development and not for our existing users. Darcy might be able to add, or Rob.
Rob?
I'll do a little bit, but Darcy's probably better. So yeah, the majority of the development of the wastewater treatment plant expansion would come from growth development charges. And it makes up a good portion of our development charges now because we've known the expansion is required. There is a portion that is covered off by the users, but it's a very small percentage of the overall. I think it's very important that there's a lot of risk with regard to the expansion of the plant, in that if you go and do the plant expansion and create the debt, you're going to hope that development's going to come and pay for it. Otherwise, you're carrying that debt for an extended period of time, and it'll drive up the development charges even more in the future as we do updates and things like that. So I don't know if Darcy has anything more he wants to add on the development charges side. So.
Through your worship, yeah, I mean, the overall plan, I think, for development charges includes like $30 million in total costs for the plant expansion side of things. That does not have to be day one. You know, that part of it can be at least in 2 different phases. I believe of that total, about $5 million was related to the existing ratepayer for, or wastewater user for enhancements to the wastewater plant that kind of aren't there already, such as additional treatment and so on and so forth. From our perspective on the finance and the asset management side, you know, to Councillor Vicker's question about what are we talking about here, you know, 100,000, 500,000, $1 million. Quite possibly the inflow and infiltration costs might be $5 to $7 million. But I mean, we look at a water plant that pumps out 600,000 cubic meters and a wastewater treatment plant that has, you know, 30% less users in the water system and treats 1.1 million cubic meters. So generally speaking, in a proper system, water in equals water out. In this case, we have water going in at 600,000 cubic meters, water going out at 1.1 million cubic meters. So we're treating a lot of rainwater. So that's why the I&I study that Tori's doing is so crucially important, because if we can fix this, if there are potentials to fix the system to significantly reduce the wastewater, we may not even have to do an expansion, or we certainly might not have to do an expansion in the short term, because it is, you know, realistically, it is conceivable through replacement of old pipes, and dealing with roof leaders and all of the I&I issues that we got, that we might be able to find 1,000 equivalent units just through I&I. That would resolve our development problems for the next 10, 15, 20 years, based on everything that's on the books right now. So that's why the I&I plan is so important, because it's probably, I mean, and all this infrastructure is going to need to be replaced anyways. It's already in the ground, but it's creating I&I issues. It might be, you know, well more of an advantage to the users, to the current wastewater ratepayers, to borrow that $5 million and do all the work and tighten up the system and no longer have to treat rainwater. And then get new users on the system through development, through infill, and have them helping to share in the cost of the existing system, instead of having to expand the system.
Councillor Bell?
Thanks, Madam Mayor, and Rob, this is something that I can support, because we just can't be an ostrich and bury our head and think it'll be all right. I do appreciate, Mr. Chapman, your comments just in the last few moments. There is encouragement, I think, on that. I will ask you, Mr. Chapman, I've been keeping track of some notes on our reserves and our debt. It's going to come right off the top of my head, but I thought that we were somewhere around 14 million in total reserves and maybe 6 or 7 million in debt. How close How close am I on that?
Through your worship, I believe our total reserve is about 13.5 million, and the debt is somewhere around 8.
Thank you. And fellow councillors, you remember a few months ago I said for us to bask in that situation of how well we're doing with our finances. And this is an example where that can get turned around by the simple raising of our hands. Mr. Chapman, what is our total debt if we were to max out?
Through your worship, I'll be honest, that this project alone is a significant concern, even though long-term could be funded from development charges. I just mentioned we've got $8 million, give or take, on the books. We know that we've got $2 million coming for the library. We've got $2.5 million coming for the Nelson Street Booster Station. We've got over $1 million for the work that was just done on, not Cook Street, but what was the other one? Thompson Street. So we've got Gillies Bridge that's planned for 2021. You piled all those on, plus $30 million for a wastewater plant, and we've hit our limit. We're at the limit right there just with those projects. There is no more debt capacity. So that's why I think it's important that Tori and her team gets through the I&I study. And if it's at all possible, we need to prioritize those I&I projects above and beyond anything else, because even if it's $5 million, it provides us flexibility for other projects and other debt that if we have to pull the trigger on a wastewater plant, all of a sudden we're done.
Thank you for that.
Councillor Bartley.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Rob, I know this is a question you probably can't answer, Darcy. The houses and the building that we have on the books right now, how much DC charges could we put towards wastewater from if everything went through that's on the books?
So in the report, we've identified, if I can just flip back to it. Currently, under our current development charges background study and the related charge, we are collecting $7,000 for a single or a semi-detached house, and then $5,624 for apartments and townhomes within our urban area. And then on the non-residential side, so commercial industrial, $63.71 per square meter. So that's what our current development charges is applicable to it. We haven't done the math based on all of the current units or anything like that on how much that would garner.
Okay, that was the figure I was looking for.
Yes, Your Worship. So, the end result is that the current DC plan was based on the 2007 study that would have, provided us with another 2,500 to 3,000, maybe even more residential equivalent units. So this is all part and parcel of doing the I&I and also doing an official plan update and doing a wastewater plant study kind of in consultation with each other, is to try and really understand what our long-term growth projections are. Because if we've got 1,200 or 1,500 units on the books, each paying $7,000, that doesn't get us anywhere close to $30 million. So it still means that we're looking for substantial future growth beyond this current 10 to 15 year horizon. And that's what becomes scary. And to the CAO's point, you're building it long before you know that they're coming. So there's significant risk because the debt is incurred day one, and we don't know if the development charges are going to keep coming in to pay for that debt. And that becomes, a real issue long term if the growth doesn't happen, or if we've overbuilt capacity for growth that may never occur. So that's why an update to the EA is also extremely important, to understand what the real capacity needs to be.
And just one more, if I may. Do we feel that we have the residential I&I looked after, or is that still a major problem?
Through your worship, just I&I in general, so it's made up of stormwater connections, either from people's houses, from commercial buildings, and some connect right into their wastewater connection before it even hits our system. Some connect right into our system. And so that's coming both from commercial and residential buildings. But then on top of it, we also have infiltration from pipes that are cracked or degraded. So it's kind of a combination of the both. And yes, there is definitely residential areas where those illegal connections do exist. That every time there's a storm or it rains or there's snow melt, all of that water just goes right into our wastewater collection system and then is treated at our wastewater treatment plant, even though it's stormwater. We have seen an increase in the concentration of our wastewater that we're receiving at the plant based on some I&I reduction work that we've done over the past 5 years, which is a positive thing to see because that means that there's less rainwater being treated at our wastewater treatment plant, but there's a long way for us to go because of all of the connections or degraded pipe that is in our system.
But the residential will be a big part of moving forward.
Through your worship, yes, a lot of the older residential areas is where those connections are located. We have done some studies in some of the residential areas with smoke testing, so you can see where those illegal connections are because the smoke goes from our wastewater treatment or wastewater collection system into those illegal connections and then out of people's houses. It's an interesting thing to see. And so, yes, there definitely are some residential areas, especially in those older areas.
Thank you.
Councillor Vickers?
Through your worship, Rob, I was wondering in the future reports, can you help identify or help explain to me how you're going to kind of stick handle your way through the development part of it? Because, you know, this will be very sticky if we can't increase our capacity quick enough and you get, planning or plans and development that that does get the okay to go ahead and then they get stalled out, whether it's for financial or for other reasons. It's going to be very tricky, and I just hope that there's a very transparent and, kind of an upfront way to sort of have it, because the people that are hooked onto it, they'll be happy. But obviously the people that are getting denied, hook up to our sewer plant, that, they aren't going to be as happy, and they'll, and justifiably, they will want reasons and they will ask questions. So I just wondered, is there a way that you can help make sure that there is whether you want to call it a rigorous process, that can be very upfront and transparent?
Yeah, through the worship, that's the purpose of recommendation number 3, is to develop that very comprehensive implementation plan so that developers know what we're doing and how it is going to impact them. So that's probably one of those critical things that will come forward to council, and that will be done early in the new year.
Councillor Greenfield?
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to Rob. Rob, a few years ago, we bought a piece of land to the south of the existing plant. Now, I guess 2 questions. One is, are we going to need more land, more area? And if so, is that figured into this potential debt amount?
Yeah, through your worship. So the land that we acquired was land that was available and was constrained by the setbacks of the buffer, and we bought it just as a buffer. But the majority of land that's recommended in the original environmental assessment is to the west of the sewage plant, and we haven't acquired that, and that's the critical one for us. Not that we need that land for the plant expansion from the 2007 study, but it's critical as a buffer from so that residential development didn't occur on that. So that's the land that we would need to proceed and acquire. It will be probably a very small portion of the actual cost of the sewage plant expansion, and I think the land acquisition was factored into the cost.
Thanks.
Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Your Worship. Because it hasn't been mentioned, I'll assume this is unlikely, but there's no probability of grants ever that may support this expansion.
Through your worship, I highly doubt that there would be, because we're supposed to be dealing with our own growth and our own development. A large portion of it's supposed to be development related. But I think that if we have a really good inflow and infiltration study, and we can partner with property owners, there is a great chance that we could get government grants, if not to help us out, but to help the property owner out. This is no fault of any existing property owner. So let me say that first, because they didn't build the building stock that's downtown, but they own it. And if it's a joint system, like, you have to think of it this way. A single one of those buildings that has a roof that's 50 feet by 70 feet, when we get a half inch of rain, that's the equivalent of almost a month of a residential use sewer, just on that one building, right? So that's why dealing with those joint systems is so important. Because right now, their sewers and their roof leaders all go down the same tube and hit our wastewater treatment plant. That's why we see flows that happen when it really rains hard, like 7, 8, 9 times daily flow rates. So that's why we got to deal with the rainwater. So if we can get the I&I study done, I'm sure that there have to be green initiative grants out there. Maybe not to directly help us, but certainly to help the property owners with the retrofit costs. We may have to incur costs for the storm sewers, wherever they could go, or whatever the case may be, to get rid of the water, but at least helping them out with the cost internally, we might be able to tap into something like that. We just have to do a good job through that I&I study of showing what the needs are, and then we're definitely going to go out there and plaster every potential green grant that we can get, because it helps the businesses, it makes us more efficient. We're now not having to treat rainwater through a wastewater treatment plant process. It's a win-win all around. Hopefully somebody will see that.
Thank you, Darcy. Okay, seeing nothing further from council, I will call the question. All in favor of receiving this recommendation, and that is carried. Big project ahead. CAO 2020-24 is the CIP grants and loans. Can I have a mover and a seconder, please, to put that on the table? Councillor Vickers, Deputy Mayor, thank you. And here we are. Hi, Janet. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Your Worship and Council. I'm before you with our second intake this year of Community Improvement Plan grants and loans. The first one we did was in September with the first intake, and that was all grants, and this happens to be the second intake that we've received since I've come to council. And this is for 2 applications that we received for loans. The first application, both of them one falls within the downtown community improvement program, and the other one falls within the economic development. The first one in the downtown is for a business on 12 Bayfield Street, and this is to support some upgrades and enhancements to their facility that would include replacements through our facade program for windows and hard landscaping around for improving sidewalk access and patios and steps. The second application that's before you is the United Church, and this one I want to highlight. I know that was already raised actually here at council earlier, is that this application has come forward before. It was before council last year, and it was unsuccessful because it didn't meet the criteria and the work that's being proposed. And this is still the same case this time around. Because they fall within the economic area, which supports kind of the long-term viability of businesses and growth within the businesses. Although the program would support non-residential such as churches and things like that, it is supported under being designated as heritage. So this property actually does fall within our heritage conservation district and does have significant historic value. So we have talked to one representative from the church and have said, if this was a property that was designated under the Heritage Act, it would actually, through the requirements of the Heritage Act and our policies under the Economic Community Improvement Program, would be eligible for funding at that point. So It's kind of as a summary of the two for this report of the two applications we have before us and what we're recommending. So we're recommending the one application proceed with a loan. If there's any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Thank you, Janet. Councillor Kentner.
And I should, at first, declare an interest. I don't think a financial interest, but an interest as a member of the board of Meaford United Church. So I don't believe that we saw, and I had nothing to do with the application, but the person who did is pretty astute, and he tells me there was no indication in the application that you had to be designated as a heritage building to qualify. Because while we are a heritage building, we are not designated as such at this time.
So in the application, in the overall application, it may not have clarification in that, and that's why as staff, we try to work with each application individually and talk to them and go through it. Certainly in the Heritage Conservation District, it highlights to the effects of how we're able to provide incentives. And then under the overall program, again, in our economic development CIP, it speaks to qualifications and eligibility, and speaks to as far as how non-residential would be able to qualify under certain opportunities. Hopefully that answers your question.
Sorry, I just, I appreciate it. It sounds like we may be able to come back, and in as much as this is a very expensive project, I think it's well over $100,000 in engineering so far, because the roof trusses have to be replaced to keep this building open. At any rate, I think we will investigate with staff the pros and cons of being designated as a heritage building. I would certainly favor that, and we'll get back to you on it then in the future.
Councillor Kentner, I'm not sure that this is an expression of interest in this matter and whether you should be included in the vote on here, but
Okay.
we'll refer to our clerk.
Yes.
Thank you, Your Worship. I was just going to ask if you were formally making a declaration, in which case you probably should.
Yes, and I'd be happy to do that, yes.
Okay, absolutely, thank you.
So you want me to leave now?
Yeah.
And do that?
Here. Okay, is it Councillor Greenfield?
Thank you again, Your Worship. Thank you, Janet. I've been trying to develop how to pose this question without sounding too blunt about it. But this is a loan we're talking about for $42,000. What happens? And again, we're in troubled economic times for a number of companies. What happens if the person who we give this loan to goes bankrupt? What recourse do we have under those circumstances?
To you, Rob.
Your Worship. So this is a secured loan that's registered on the property, and in the event of default, it's collected in a like manner like taxes. So our costs are protected through that process. Obviously, when you're dealing with church, they technically don't pay taxes, but it would be registered and we could collect it in that manner. If the United Church was to sell, I don't think there's as much risk there as there is on individual properties, but that's how we work the loan for sure. So we are protected.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks for that, Rob. You answered much more eloquently than I asked, and thanks for that.
You got the message through. Councillor Vickers?
Through your worship, jeepers, are we allowed to ask, is there a name on the facade at 12 Bayfield Street? Because I can't quite figure out where it is. Are we allowed to ask that? If not, then that's fine.
That's fine. Yeah. That's the location where the social restaurant is, where they've got the restaurant and the cabins, the rental cabins. So all the work being proposed is for improvements to support their business ventures there.
Down by the bridge.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. Anything further from council? Then I'll call a question. All in favor of this recommendation is presented, and that is carried. Thank you very much, Janet. Moving on to the COM 2020. Councillor Kentner. You heard me? COM 2020-33 is a draft 2021 fees and charges recommendation that we receive this proposal. And I have a mover and a second to put it on the table. Councillor Bartley, Councillor Greenfield. Okay, and
Yep.
what are we doing? Rob, you're
Yep.
doing it.
Yeah, thank you, Worship. So I'm not going to get into too much detail because these individual charges were highlighted in our presentations to council on the 9th as making up. So just as much as we have expenses, it was offset by proposed increases in revenue. These are the fees and charges proposed as they were outlined in the November 9th presentation to offset to account for the increase in revenues. So I don't propose to go into it. It also includes the recommended increased bag tag, so that's been accounted for in the proposed fees and charges as well. The only thing I do highlight is the water and sewer user rates are not included here because they don't get set until we actually consider the passing of the water and wastewater budgets themselves. So if there's any questions, probably the individual department that put the increased fees forward can speak to it.
Thank you. Questions? Deputy Mayor.
Your Worship, thank you, and I'm not getting to the page quick enough here, but I wanted to ask about the museum and an increase for a pass from $20 to $100. And just wondered for the rationale behind that.
I mean, what page
You're not
it is?
getting to it quickly enough either, Rob.
Yeah. Or actually, probably more so that I'm not too sure of the rationale for that
Okay.
increase, because that would be within the community services, and I don't think we have someone here. We can,
Get
this
that
is to go to a
question back.
public meeting, so it's not asking council to approve the fees and charges, and we can get a response back to that one in advance of the public meeting.
Thank you for the answer coming. Okay, Councillor Bartley.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Rob, on page 197 of the agenda, it's page 1 of 6 of your planning, the planning application. So you've got all kinds of things in here: official plan amendment, major secondary plan. There was no charge for 2020, and it's a $20,000 charge for 2021. And there's several other ones down there. Can you explain that to me?
Yeah, to your worship. So under the previous planning fees regime, we only had 2 fees. We call a major application and a minor application. Some of the more major applications, which were even bigger than we originally anticipated when we established a fee for a major application, and the work required to that didn't recognize it. So example, when we get a Park Bridge application, that's a new secondary plan, brand new settlement area. The amount of work and staff time that's going to go in wasn't properly reflected on our application. So what we did through these new set of fees is do a 3-tiered system for planning fees. We added, so we now have what we call the major, the middle, and then a minor. So the minor basically stayed the same. The previous major is, and it would apply to some of the most developments we would get, would be in the middle, and then the major is for those more bigger applications that require a lot of time. So that's just explaining that we broke it out a little different, that's all.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. Anything else? No, we're good. All right, then I will call a question. All those in favor of receiving this proposed 2021 fees and charges? Thank you, that is carried. COM 2020-34 is the ITFD partnership dissolution. Mover and a seconder, please put that on the table. Councillor Bell and Deputy Mayor, thank you. Over to you, Rob.
Yes. Thank you, Worship. So this is coming back to council. So just a bit of background in the report. On October 19th, council did pass a resolution having us move forward to public consultation with the proposal that we were able to work out with Georgian Bluffs with regard to the Inner Township Fire Department. Following that, on November 2nd, we had a further resolution from council to direct us to remove the concept of closest hall response from the ITFD agreement discussions, realizing that we would continue with the fee-for-service agreement based on the existing coverage areas. And I'll talk more about that component. We did have, as was noted, we did mail out to every resident within the former township of Sydenham. It was actually, sometimes we just do flyers, and unfortunately with flyers, if someone has refused flyers, they don't get those mailings or those drops within their post office box. So we did go to another step and actually sent it to every residence with normal postage. We had the public open house on November the 17th, and we had approximately 40 residents did attend that session throughout the period from 2 o'clock to 8 o'clock in the evening. And also in addition to that, we have received a number of email and telephone correspondence from residents. With regard to the feedback that staff have received to date, we've broken it out into 4 key themes and have spoken to them. One being the length of the contract. When this municipality first started considering the ITFD agreement, our original proposal from staff was a 10-year agreement. That got changed to a 5 with a 5-year extension. Georgian Bluffs was supportive of more so of that from what we understand, and that's why it ended up being changed to a 5 to 5. However, staff would have no objection, because that was our original proposal, to go back to the suggestion of a 10-year contract, which would ensure that we maintain ITFD services for that period of time. And if council wanted to do that component, we've suggested how you could amend the motion to do that component from what's before you. We also considered future planning. We did hear those questions about the future planning should the ITFD agreement cease, and what we have that obligation to continue to providing fire services to our entire municipality. What would that mean to us as a municipality? And we heard some further discussion of that tonight from some of the presentations. And in that regard, we're suggesting that we do look for 2021 to bring that plan on what we would do at the end of the 10 years, if that's what council goes with regard to the 10-year plan. And it would be based on the recommendations contained within the fire plan. One of the things I will note is that under the current agreement, it's not covered off in the report, but under the current agreement, Georgian Bluffs can give us 1 year's notice of the termination of that current agreement. So we're a little concerned right now that we could actually be forced into a situation. We're not hearing rumblings of that. I'm not indicating that that's in the works, but it's just for council to be cognizant of that is in the current agreement that we have with Georgian Bluffs with regard to Inner Township, and we could be forced to do something even sooner if that was to transpire. The closest hall response, that got removed as a particular option, and one of the key reasons why staff weren't too concerned with removing that was the current automatic aid agreement that's in place between Meaford, Inner Township, and Chatsworth in itself. And what that really entails is any structure fire that would occur between the western 4 concessions of Meaford and the eastern 4 concessions of the former township, or sorry, St. Vincent, and then the 4 concessions of the eastern portion of the township of Sydenham, that you would be getting both halls responding. So in fact, you are getting closest hall responding by default through the automatic aid agreement. We understand the implementation of the automatic agreement has some challenges, and we would just ensure that it is implemented the way it's intended to be, and individuals would be getting closest hall responding with regard to the structure fires. But not changing the border and that whole discussion about medical, you would still have Inner Township coming to your place. As well, by keeping the boundary, those who have the benefit of the tanker shuttle service wouldn't be losing that benefit. So that was one of the important things, because we knew that was one of the, even before we went to the public, it was one of the biggest concerns that we were hearing moving ahead with this proposed agreement. With that said, I will say that the municipality and when the Meaford Fire Department has been looking at it, will continue to look at the tanker shuttle service, and maybe we can get the entire municipality credit so that all people can receive that benefit, and would work through that process. But that's just dealing with the current situation right now. If council does want us to look at that boundary process in the future, or to not close the door on closest hall responding, you could put in there that we will review it, the boundary, and we've suggested a potential resolution there if you want us to look at that next year, so we could build something into the agreement in that regard. The valuation of assets. So as we headed down this process, there was two key things that needed to be evaluated. One was the actual equipment in the hall, and then the second part was actually the value of the property. And in that regard, in working with Georgian Bluffs, we agreed that we would hire independent third-party appraisers to do that evaluation. With regard to the equipment, it's got to be known that it's not based on replacement cost, it's based on the current value of the equipment, and that's what the appraisal came forward with regard to the equipment. And then on the property, it was the replacement cost as well. One thing we also had to make sure was that the value of that equipment that was purchased through the association was not included. So it will always remain the property of Inner Township, the firefighters, because they purchased that through non-tax dollar funds. So that was excluded from any evaluation and stays with the fire department itself. So that was part of that. The time frame, we've heard about and heard again tonight the request for deferral. Our concern on the deferral is what additional information. We know what all the issues we know we have to address, but what additional information? And in speaking to Georgian Bluffs today, they're concerned about a deferral because of all the work that's been done, and the evaluation of the assets is based on a time period, and delaying that. January 1 makes sense because the division of assets, included in particular the reserves, and those amounts will be based on audited financial statements, so the auditor will come in, do that, so it'll need to be based on the year end, and that's why under the original report, you see there's a check that comes first with it being done, and then a check later after the audited financial statements come forward. So that's why we have selected January 1st, because of the ease from the understanding the finances and the division of the finances in the research to that. We did make some amendments following council's direction, and with regard to deployment, and those were highlighted in the attached Appendix 3. With regard to financial implications, as the report highlights, our intent is not to change the budget as we apply Inner Township. The finances have been indicated that our costs will be less, but the intent is that any money we receive from the sale goes into a reserve, and then the difference between the budgeted and actuals would also go into a reserve for what comes out of that future plan required for Inner Township. So that's basically the summary of the report, and I'll just put it over to council if you have any questions or any direction you want to provide.
Thank you, Rob. And I just want to, before I open it up to questions and comments from council, to thank you and Matt, our clerk, for a very, very thorough analysis and additional response to the concerns that we've heard both at the Woodford Open House and electronically as well as the ones that we've heard today. And on previous occasions, I think staff have done an admirable job on addressing those with the understanding that this will be a work in progress as we move ahead. But it has been many, many years since this discussion has been in front of council, beginning, I believe, in 2009. And with the first master plan in 2011. So this situation has been under consideration now for several years, and based upon the reports that we've had and the support that we have seen from both the Fire Marshal's office, from Georgian Bluffs itself, the collaboration and coordination between the staffs of Georgian Bluffs as well as our municipality in terms of reaching an agreement that was unanimously accepted based upon council's direction. There has been a lot of work that has gone into making this recommendation the most acceptable that we could do for all of our residents. We understand that there are concerns, and this is not a condemnation or in any way a reflection of the service delivery that we have for our residents on our western boundary and through the former township of Sydenham. It is simply an attempt to be looking at the governance model and to be retaining the fire suppression services that we've always had for our residents. So I think that we need to be keeping this in mind still, that the risks that we have been managing and that we have been subjected to over these years is something that we need to address, and the liability and legal responsibilities that we have really had very, very little control over as part of a 75-25 partnership agreement. So with that, the recommendations coming forward are to correct the challenges in governance, and that came out of the Fire Marshal's office and then went through 2 subsequent master fire plans, and with all of our subsequent fire chiefs very much supporting and in agreement. All of that information is before us now to look further down the road and to continue on a very solid working agreement through mutual aid, through other opportunities available to us with Georgian Bluffs. And I know that as we move along and keep a relationship in view, this will come forward as the best opportunity to provide not only superb fire suppression services to our residents, but also in terms of the other services that encompass our master fire plan. So with that, I will open it up for discussion. I know that there will be some questions of Rob and some comments to make. And Councillor Bell.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I want to express my personal thank you to yourself, Madam Mayor. You and I had a very, I want to say it was a very good conversation on Friday. And anything that I'm about to say, I know, Madam Mayor, you're well aware of my personal position, but I need to express it today at this meeting. I want to say some thank yous also. And I want to say thank you to each member of this sitting council for taking time in your lives to go out to the Woodford Hall and spend some time out there and have some conversation with the chief and deputy chief of the ITFD. At a minimum, I hope that you gain some more education by spending that time. I also want to say thank you for staff for pulling that together in these times of COVID, that we were able to get some people through a controlled process over a period of time, and that is greatly appreciated, and I know that the residents of Sydenham really appreciated that. My last thank you is to the 2 men that came forward today. I pulled a sheet that's in our budget, this one here, and it says quite clearly that we received 447 respondents about our budget, which is a $30 million touch. And that was taken from September the 15th through October, a full month, and we got 447. And you gentlemen have had less than a full month to really get at this, and you came up today, I think I jotted down 449. So that tells me, as one sitting councillor, that the issue of the ITFD and the agreement that we have is of paramount importance to the people of Sydenham. I have a tendency personally, as my fellow councillors know, that I can get on a bit of a roll and I can become more than the word passionate sometimes. So, Madam Mayor, I'm going to really just try and say my points, and I want my fellow councillors to just hear it in a controlled voice. So I believe that we're selling ourselves short. And I believe we're selling ourselves short on the number called $488,000. I know that our CAO has just spoke to that, about how that value was come up with. And at the same time, that was based upon depreciated value. That is going inside and taking a look at what something really is, just sitting there. I believe that in the long run, when Georgian Bluffs actually makes a decision to better Georgian Bluffs, there could come a day when they sell that asset, and I certainly wouldn't want to have an agreement of dissolving ourselves with the ITFD and finding out down the road that Georgian Bluffs sells that asset down the road and we've sold ourselves short at $488,000, and in a coming day we could be looking at millions of dollars of difference located in the city of Owen Sound. So that is something that I would like to see added to this, that there's a perpetual clause added that in the future, when those assets get done, we own 25% of that, and we own 25%, and we want our 25%. Also, we've heard this over and over about the words risk and liability. Every time a fire department rolls, no matter what fire department that is, there's inherent risk. And what has come up to our attention time and time again is methodology. The methodology of the ITFD having their responders in their vehicles head out. I have made this point before, but I do want it to emphasize that when we as a sitting council were told by the fire marshal's office that as a council we should look at having equal services in all areas. Today our CAO has just said that there is more than an appetite for the Meaford Fire Department to get into water tanker. That is one of the notes that I have down here to myself today, that in order to deliver an equal service, I can't believe that after all the decades, and when our chief of fire here in Meaford in a budget said that they would look at that in order to do an equal service, that's what the ITFD does now. And so having a rural community in the former township of St. Vincent, I think it's absolutely correct that the Meaford Fire Department look at doing water tanker. I also think that the Meaford Fire Department should also look at, for calls such as medical, when the ITFD show up at your door and your family's in trouble. I don't think they really want to take a lot of time, Madam Mayor and fellow councillors, to look at the patch on their shoulder. They're awfully glad when a fireman or fire person is at the door. And so having that quick response time, I think that is also something that should be looked at. The legal implications. Legal implications is that's been inferred a few times that there's things that happen that could put the municipality of Meaford at financial list through the court system. That can still happen to any fire department anywhere. So fellow councillors, I know that I've had conversation, I believe, with you all, and I believe that today with the two men that came forward voicing an opinion to defer, I know that there's other members of this council who would also like to say this, I think, but I would like to defer this, and I would put a motion on the floor to defer it for 1 complete year. And the reason why I'm choosing a year, when you do a deferral, you need to defend why you're saying that. I want to have more time. I want to have more time with Georgian Bluffs. I want to have more time with the ITFD. I want to have more time with the Meaford Fire Department. I want to have more time allotted for the citizens who are most affected by this, those in Sydenham Township. We have been talking about this, Madam Mayor, you said, since 2009. I believe that because I had a conversation with the former Fire Chief Nichols about this. So that statement is true, Madam Mayor. So from a council's aspect, this has been on the horizon for some period of time. And today, we've got two that came forward that said, this is basically hitting them now, and it's very quick. So I want to give more time for more public engagement, to be able to sit down and talk with them. Whether we're going to come up with some different facts is to be seen. Whether we're going to come up and find a different avenue is also to be noted in the future. So I have talked a fair bit. I hope I've expressed myself with a calm voice, Madam Mayor. This is near. This is important to me, and I hope it's important around this horseshoe, and I believe that it is. And so I move that we would defer this, and my reasonings have been stated, for a year, which means that staff would need to have opportunity probably in the area of September or late August to put something together, because fellow councillors, we could be right back here 1 year from now, but give me some time. That's my asking. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Bell, there's a motion on the floor. Mr. CAO, do you want to respond to the consequences of a deferment at this stage?
Yeah, so I think we've stated in our report the benefit of waiting longer. I guess we'll have to see if Georgian Bluffs wants to wait longer. The valuation is going to be putting it out, and as stuff gets older, so it was set in time. It was based on this year's. How it affects the valuation, we're not sure. Yeah,
Okay.
I just don't know much more to say than that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is there a seconder for that motion? Councillor Kentner? Okay, is there anyone, Councillor Greenfield? We can only speak at this stage on the deferment.
Okay.
Since there's a motion to defer.
I agree with the motion. I would like to add another clause to it, another part to it.
That's
Is
speaking
that-
to the deferment itself.
I'd really like to see that clause 3 in motion COM 2020-34 would still be completed concerning the long-term contingency plans.
From a procedural perspective,
Through your worship, you're either deferring everything or you're not.
or we're not, you can't piecemeal it from.
Sorry, yeah, I was just, Your Worship and Council, I think at this time we have to deal with the deferral motion. If we are deferring the entire decision, then that will be deferred.
Okay. Rob, did you want to speak?
I was just going to say, like, if council wanted to do at a later meeting, a notice to have us do that within the
We can bring it forward at
deferment. You
that
can bring
time.
it separately, but yeah.
So
right now.
a deferment then is for the whole motion as presented, the whole recommendation as presented.
Yeah.
Okay, is there any other comment on the deferment? Councillor Vickers?
Through your worship, so my question would be, if we deferred it for a year, would we have a follow-up report or a report on what our plan is go forward? You talked a little bit about it in your report there, that because that seems to be a bit of the issue. What's our go forward position maybe after the 5 years, after if we're completely done with ITFD? You mentioned it in your report.
That's a question on the content of the motion. I think we have to discuss.
But if we wait a year, would we have that report be able to present it to us?
No.
Through your worship, just because Matt's not here, I hope we're all getting this right. if you defer this report, the report will come back at whatever
Exactly
time.
the
And
same.
based on Councillor Bell's motion, it will come back in 1 year's time, exactly the way it is. To Councillor Greenfield's comment, at a later date, if council, any member of council would like to make a notice of motion specific to this, you can make a notice of motion and then direct staff to do whatever you'd like us to do within a period of time.
Okay, so there is nothing further on actual deferment. I will not vote for deferment. I don't see that there is any need to, that we're going to find out any more further information on this. This is a decision I believe that council needs to move forward on. We have spent many, many years, many hours of consideration in this. This, again, has nothing to do with the delivery of service, but rather with the governance issue that has caused some difficulties over the years, but is now an opportunity to move it into a better place, I think, for both communities that have approved this. So with that, I will not be supporting a deferment. Councillor Bartley.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So what you're telling me right now is you've had your chance to speak on it, and Tony's had his chance to speak on it, and I'm not allowed to speak on this.
Because we're dealing with a deferment.
I wish that motion was brought a little further on in the conversation.
Well, Councillor Bell.
Madam Mayor, I also wish to hear the viewpoint of my fellow councillors, and from a procedural point of view, I can withdraw exactly what I have said to open the floor, because I believe that this conversation is important to hear from each sitting member of my fellow councillors, and based on that, I will withdraw my motion at this time to defer.
Okay, Councillor Kentner, do you agree with that?
I definitely do.
All right. This is withdrawn. And with that, we can open it up for further discussion. Councillor Bartley?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We keep on talking about this has been going on for years. Well, I do sit on the Inter-Township Fire Board, and I must be pretty stupid, because I've never heard of selling it until just a few short months ago. It came to us in a closed meeting, and I raised my hand so that I could see what would come out of this. I wish I hadn't raised my hand at that time. I've made a mistake, because what come out of this isn't near what I thought we would get out of it. And I can see that selling this fire department is the beginning of the end. I personally like the way the ITFD, they operate. I've said this before, I'll say it again. If I had a heart attack, my wife phoned 911, and one of these firefighters was in the neighborhood, he'd be pumping on my chest in minutes. And I hope that we can pass this way of operating on to Meaford Fire Department. I think it's imperative. We get 100% fire coverage in the Sydenham area for 25 cents on the dollar. We pay 25% of that fire department. Like I said again, I believe selling this would be the beginning of the end after 5 years, or if we could get it 10 years, then we have to do something. And it will cost millions of dollars, and you're not going to get the same fire services as we have now. I think it's a mistake. I think it's a mistake moving forward. We can delay this a year as long as we bring up, maybe a subcommittee or something and find out. I would like to know what we're going to do after ITF leaves us. So we're going to work on it. After we sell it, we're going to work on what we're going to do. No, I need to know that before we sell it. So if later on in this meeting we go to defer it a year, I will vote for a year. I would personally like to just cancel the sale of the ITFD tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bartley. I just want to remind you that the Board of Governors for the ITFD is a creature of both councils. This was set up by the Council of the Municipality of Meaford as well as the Council of Georgian Bluffs. And so this issue was never addressed at the board level. It was addressed only at the council levels. So we would not have heard it sitting at the board meetings and at the board level. Anything further? Anyone else want to comment here? Councillor Kentner.
Thank you, through your worship. I'm in favor of pausing our decision on the agreement before us for a number of reasons, some of which have already been explained. And I think that we should send a clear message tonight, unless we get another motion to look at just not doing this at all. We don't have a ward system, nor do I favor one, but I believe it's incumbent on each councillor to represent all ratepayers in the municipality. And the Sydenham area was one of the original participants in forming the Intertownship Fire Department. It's clear they have many questions and concerns, and we simply need more time to evaluate them and consider the alternatives to dissolution. And it may not be easy, but I think we should be able to find ways of discussing the problems we have and sorting them out. I feel that I think I moved the motion that we take this action in a closed meeting, and to be honest, I knew nothing of what happened in 2000 and whatever, or the time in between, and I just took what I heard as gospel, and I didn't hear anything really wrong. But it seems to me that we're leaving all the people in the former Sydenham out, and they have many questions and concerns. And also following the meeting in Woodford, which I learned a lot from, is I just no longer see the agreement as being financially advantageous to the municipality. It's going to take a lot of money to set up a secondary department to serve Sydenham. And so for these reasons, I really think we need to take a pause, and I hope that we can convince Georgian Bluffs that it is because we value what the Intertownship Fire Service provides for us, and that we want to hope they would cooperate with us in taking a pause and perhaps looking at other alternatives to dissolution. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Your Worship, and just in addition to and support of the comments that have been made thus far in terms of taking some more time with this, I just want to add my understanding that, thank you, Councillor Kentner, that I'm very glad that I attended the meeting in Woodford. I too learned a lot of things that I wasn't aware of, even though I've been on council now for 6 years, and we've seen 2 fire master plans, and we've had 5 fire chiefs who have supported the dissolution. But there were conversations that happened in Woodford that were enlightening to me. And I believe I have a solid understanding of how the folks in Sydenham feel about their fire department. They love, trust, and respect their volunteer firefighters, and they depend on them. And we've heard here today that the folks in Sydenham want to be involved in this decision. They want to be part of the discussion, and they've suggested a method by which they might undertake that in the formation of a committee, and how they would be inclusive of Georgian Bluffs and Intertownship and Meaford and Council in those discussions. And I think that's an important consideration, that we allow the residents the time to really dig into this and to present their own thoughts on how they'd like to see their fire service go forward. So I appreciate the conversation of council, and I will support when the motion comes back for deferral, assuming Councillor Bell chooses to do that. Thank you.
Councillor Vickers.
Through your worship, I guess my biggest concern is, and I think it's the concern of the people of Sydenham, is that what happens after the 5-year term. You know, I know there's a 5+5 that we could, or we could go to 10 right now. I still think what we lack a little bit of most of all is, what are we going to do if Enter Township decides to move further west? That they take their fire hall and it maybe makes it a little bit more central into their area. Where does that leave us? How are we going to service another fire hall? How are we going to get water to it? How are we going to get the firefighters, to volunteer still? That part has always just seemed to be a bit of a gap that I don't know whether, staff, whether they have the answers and just haven't, told us or what it is. But that's my concern, and that's probably the reason why I would look for a deferral, just to look for a little bit more information that way. And I know Madam, you're strong in your opinions, and I respect that. But I think for me to do it in my own good conscience, I just need to know a bit more of the end game, of the final play sort of thing. So those are my reasons.
Thank you for that, Councillor Vickers. Councillor Greenfield?
Thank you, Your Worship. This is one of those difficult situations where, for myself anywhere, where I can argue an item both ways. And the mayor has already given one side of the argument and given it very well, and plus staff have done that too. Back in the spring of 2018, I brought forward a motion that this was on the heels of the Ontario Fire Marshal report, which did have some troubling clauses in it. It mentioned things like training. It mentioned things like inspections, and they noted that there were some differences in those practices. There were definitely some concerns. So the motion I brought forward was to examine and renegotiate the partnership. Now, that didn't say end the partnership or work towards ending the partnership. It just said, let's sit down and have staff talk about this. Talk about what could be improved. I never told anybody at the time, but I think I had a feeling that, wow, wouldn't it be great if we could have one fire department, maybe an amalgamation of the two departments. But anyway, I don't think we can pass this motion while there's such a degree of uncertainty and even a little bit of fear out there in the Sydenham area. That's not fair to our residents. Until we can explain to them and have them accept what we might potentially do in the future, I think we've got to back off. There is this perception of change of service. Maybe it is only perception, but as long as there's perception out there, there's uncertainty. There are fears. So if Councillor Bell decides to bring back his deferral, I will support it. Thanks, Your Worship.
Thank you, Councillor Greenfield. Any further comments? Oh, sorry. Mr. Chapman,
Madam
thank
Mayor,
you.
if I can just speak for Matt because he's absent. To Councillor Greenfield's point, as staff, we actually spent a lot of time trying to do what Councillor Greenfield actually asked. We had drafted a completely different agreement that had a whole different hierarchy and reporting and like structure to the board and everything, and that was not accepted by the other partner. So this was the alternative, because a different structure and a different organizational makeup, still keeping the ITFD the way it was not favorable for the other partner who has 75% ownership. And one of the biggest issues with the current structure is that we only have 25%. We only have 40% of the board representation. We will always get outvoted if that's what we want. So let's not kid ourselves. If Georgian Bluffs wants to change how ITFD operates, it's still going to happen, whether we want it to or not. Because they have all the power. And that's the problem with this situation. And we tried, just by way of agreement, to actually change that, and it was not accepted by Georgian Bluffs. We tried 2 different ways, and both times it failed. So this was the only alternative. I guess, you know, I'm a new rural resident. I look at closest hall response, and based on where I'm now living, I recognize that keeping the borders the way they are will mean that if my house catches on fire, the average response time for ITFD is actually 5 minutes greater than it is from the Meaford and District Fire Department, and I will be serviced by ITFD still. But I also know that there is anecdotal evidence that suggests, to Councillor Bell's point, that if somebody has a heart attack, there's an ITFD member that's going to be pumping on me much quicker than what happens in Meaford. So I asked council, because I already know this answer. What is the ITFD's data for fire calls versus MVA versus medicals? More importantly, what is the differential on that data between response times for ITFD and Meaford? The answer is, we have no idea at all. Because I personally have asked for the data through the billing that I have to sign off and pay for every month, have not received it. Our fire chiefs have asked for it. The clerk has asked for it. The CAO has asked for it. The fire marshal, through the review, asked for it. And nobody has received the data. So until I see data that specifically says that on all of those calls that are related to medicals, that ITFD is significantly quicker than Meaford, I cannot accept that as a response to having to wait for forever or to change anything with regards to this. Because the numbers do need to speak based on the decision that council makes. That's how you can justify your decision. And right now, we have been able to get no numbers whatsoever from ITFD. So my suggestion as a member of staff is that if you're going to defer, you can defer this report because you have to as it is, and then subsequently make a notice of motion at the next meeting to require ITFD to provide relevant data for the next year, or at least the next 6 months, so that council can truly make an informed decision. Because right now, they have not provided any information that allows you to make that decision.
Rob? Thanks, Darcy.
So just as we've indicated, just on as a reminder, there's the 1 year where any party can give the other a notice, and that comes with a 50 cents on the dollar value. How that applies, there's a lot of questions and problems with the existing agreement, and that was highlighted by legal on that the agreement is flawed. We were working through discussions with ITFD with regard to response, and that's why we realized the response, we still need to do more work on that, and that's why the suggestion in the report was that in the agreement we would look at that boundary within a year's time as a possible solution. But having the automatic aid agreement ensured that it was really not as a big concern at this point in time in that regard. But yeah, I think, to Darcy's point, we're going to be looking for some directions to council within the time frame, the 1 year time frame, because there's other stuff that we would need to do, obviously. I don't know how Georgian Bluffs is going to respond to the deferral. That's the other thing we don't know. It's unknown. I know that from a staff level. I think through the discussions, and this is the key thing that I understood, with that risk of the 1 year and moving towards this format where one municipality owns and another gets service from, that's the standard process for firing throughout the province. We have it with Grey Highlands for the north end of the municipality. Georgian Bluffs has it for the area around Wyerton. That's the standard process that for firefighting that one municipality owns it. The last thing I'll say is that there's the 3 levels of fire service that a municipality provides in a community. One is suppression, two is prevention, and three is enforcement. A year ago, Inner Township got out of providing the latter two, and this municipality had to take that over for the rest of the community, for the entire community. And that was where the concern about similar service was done. So we are already providing the two of the three levels of service to the entire community as mandated by the fire marshal. So I just wanted to highlight that.
Thank you, Rob. Councillor Bell?
Thanks, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Chapman. Thank you, Mr. Armstrong. This is exactly why we need to spend more time, because I specifically asked the Inter-Township Fire Chief and the Deputy Chief about the word training, and they trained. And there are reports about their training. I asked them specifically about first on the scene and what does that mean, and whether it is illegal for them to have a truck roll up that isn't properly badged, which breaks down to the point about when did the fire service actually show up on scene. And we're talking about methodology. And I found out that what they're doing is absolutely legal. It's done many places in the province of Ontario. If it wasn't legal, they would have stopped a long time ago. This is why, when we start talking about information which gets exchanged, I need more time. I want to spend some time, and I want to make reports to this council about the meetings, what was discussed, what we're talking about, and how we're moving through it. Because I know, Mr. Chapman, you know that I do watch a lot of hockey. And I want to use a hockey analogy to this. We just watched the Stanley Cup, anybody that watches the hockey. Those men were beating each other up. They were hammering each other, but at the end of it all, they shook their hands, they patted each other on the shoulder, and they congratulated one another. They were intent, and they worked through it in a professional manner, and somebody got the Stanley Cup, and the other group got to go to a dressing room, just missing the mark. I want a shot at talking with them, understanding them, and if I find out things that need to be expressed, you can count on me to express it, because it is extremely important, and I want to figure it all out. And I do believe everything that you have said, Mr. Chapman, about how you have worked or how the senior staff have worked. I believe that. So what I need to do is I need to roll up my sleeves and work along with that groundwork, and I need to know. That's why I want to do this, Madam Mayor and fellow councillors.
Thank you, Mr. Bell, and I really appreciate all of the comments that we have heard here. I go back again and again. This is not about fire suppression services at all. It is about those anomalies that have been in the governance model, the things about reports, the things that we would not get at the sitting at the board, where there is a 3-2 composition of that board. The fire marshal's office was very clear in presenting the report to us that they were not able to get that kind of detail and that kind of information that they required. And we determined in our master fire plan that we needed this kind of information to provide the exact same services and make sure to ensure that we are providing the exact same services throughout our municipality. I don't think that this is going to be an unamicable, if that's such a word, parting of the ways here. We have the part of the agreement is that we are going to engage Georgian Bluffs as the sole owner, if this passed, of the Inter-Township Fire Department, but engage and purchase the same suppression services from them that our residents have always had. And as our CAO has indicated, our fire department, the Meaford Fire Department, is already enacting 2 of those 3 other aspects of fire services, the education and the promotion. and the public education, as well as the inspections. I think that there is, and there always will be, that unsureness, that fear, I suppose, to some degree, of what happens next. But having just gone through this year we've experienced with COVID, you can't really be sure that we can all make plans, we can go through all of this, we can do the best we can, but it comes down to what may happen that we are not aware of. So moving ahead with a plan that was unanimously supported and crafted after 2 unsuccessful attempts by 2 sets of staff, senior staff, to provide the very best solution that addressed that direction from Councillor Greenfield to find a way to make this better, to address the issues that the Fire Marshal's office indicated were very, very important in the master plan going forward. Again, this is no reflection on the fire suppression services or on the way that Georgian Bluff organizes their fire department, the Inter-Township Fire Department. But it is an indication that we as a council have the sole responsibility for making sure that all of our residents throughout our municipality have the same opportunities and are treated the same. We can work together with our partner in a different manner, Georgian Bluffs, in terms of addressing some of those other issues that we may be able to work together on. But right now, we have an opportunity to move forward in a manner that has been approved by Georgian Bluffs and has been promoted and moved through each step of the way by our council to take on that next step, to direct staff to get more information, to provide more information for us. And at this stage, we're at the point where we could take this that next progressive step and create a different partnership, a different relationship with Georgian Bluffs, still with the exact same fire suppression services that our residents have expected and will continue to receive. With that, if there is no further discussion, I will ask if there is anything further that anyone wants to bring forward. This would be your opportunity, Councillor Bell, if you want to bring a motion to defer.
Well, thank you, Madam Mayor, on that. And one of the things, Madam Mayor, without a councillor telling lead council just an idea, you could call the question on what's before us, and then however that goes, because you have spoke, and you have spoke well on how this is laid out. And I think that the way this is laid out is worthy of a vote, Madam Mayor.
Well, thank you for that, and that's a good suggestion to go forward. So if there is nothing further at this point, Councillor Vickers?
I would like to bring a motion forward to defer it for a year. With more, we'll put a deferral in for a year, and then if we want to change it after that, we can bring forward a notice of motion. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So just to be clear, as Darcy actually mentioned earlier, so a motion to defer will mean that the report will come back in its entirety with the exact same recommendation in 1 year, and we would put a date on that. I would suggest maybe November 1st, unless there's a reason to change that. That's a meeting date in November. And with the absence of any direction as a formal council notice of motion and then motion for decision through council, that would be what would return in November.
Okay, thank you, Margaret.
Okay, so you're making that motion?
Yes, I will make that
Is there a seconder
motion.
for that motion? Is there a seconder for that motion?
Yeah.
Yes, Councillor Bell? All right, I'll call the question. All in favor of deferring this decision for 1 year until November 1st? And those against, that is carried. Moving on to COR 2020-21, the tangible capital asset policy. Can I have a mover and a seconder, please? Put that on the table.
Sorry, Your Worship, I
Oh,
would just
we
suggest we
needed
have a motion to extend.
A
Thank you.
motion to extend, sorry, thank you for that. We'll deal with that first. At 5 o'clock, we need a motion to extend. Councillor Vickers, Councillor Greenfield, all in favor? That is carried. Thank you, Margaret. Okay, so now we're on to COR 2020-41, a tangible capital asset policy. A mover and a seconder, please, to put that on the table. Councillor Bell and Deputy Mayor. And Darcy.
Through your worship, thank you. If you thought that last one was exciting. I'm wondering why everybody's leaving all of a sudden.
I wonder.
Frank stayed.
Yeah. We have one member that stayed, thank you, yes. This is really a housekeeping report that's brought forward with an updated policy. Realistically, for the last 2 audit cycles, our auditors have been requesting that we look at other neighboring municipalities and those even, across the province with regards to updating the policy, in particular with regards to useful lives. So our prior policy was very rigid in that it established a specific date as a useful life for different types of assets, when in reality, many municipalities are going to ranges because, a water pipe might not last 80 years if it's been put in some strange soil conditions or had to be installed, less than desirable depth or a further depth, so on and so forth, just as an example. So this policy allows us to have ranges of use, and then therefore when we establish a different date through our year-end processes, in the last couple of years we've been using best judgment and maybe putting 100 years for certain pipe instead of 80 years, so that always gets flagged by the auditor because we hadn't been following our policy. So that's why we wanted to bring forward this, one of the main reasons why we wanted to bring forward this update. There was also a bunch of housekeeping stuff because titles and structure within the organization has changed, so we need to get this passed before the end of the year so that we can effectively use it for our year-end processes, and then we'll be in compliance when the auditors come.
Super, thank you, Darcy. Any questions on this? So the recommendation is that we enact a bylaw to adopt a tangible capital asset policy. All in favor of this motion going forward, and that is carried. COR 2020-42 is a single source purchasing of Questica budget software. Mover and a seconder, please, to put that on the table. Councillor Bartley. Councillor Kentner. And back to you.
Thank you, through your worship. I feel like I've already talked about this about 6 times to council before this report even got to you, because we've mentioned it a bunch of different times through the budget deliberations that we've already had and the IT budget and so on and so forth. But we've been fortunate to receive very competitive pricing through Questica right now. It's pricing that's only in effect for 2020, but in reality, so long as we enter into the contract prior to the end of the year, we can incur all the costs really moving forward into 2021, because that's when we'll start implementing. A number of kind of close municipalities, health unit uses this. They're widely used across the province. This software really has been chosen specifically because, and it is a single source because it's under the same umbrella as the parent company owns Questica, the same parent company owns Keystone, which is our financial software, and WorkTech, which is our asset management software. So the intention that we want to go with these guys is that it's all under the same umbrella. They'll all be able to bolt together and kind of talk to each other the way software talks to each other. So that's why we looked at Questica, and then with the favorable pricing for implementation in the first year support costs, this is why we brought this forward right now. Although there won't be any real cost savings because the existing staff across the organization that work on budgets will still be employed by the municipality, we aren't able to actually reduce the staff complement. It will provide significantly better flexibility and efficiency as we get to the budget processes. And I think that we'll be able to do what-if scenarios even on the fly with council, and you'll be able to see things, and we'll be able to illustrate the budget much easier. Long-term, we could implement, of course, always at a cost, but we could implement a front face to this as well, so that the public could have access to different things, and they could even do what-if scenarios, kind of the, if I reduce the, budgets by 5% or increase them by 5%, what would this mean to my overall tax levy sort of thing? So I'm, as the budget guy, the main guy who deals with the budget, I'm very excited about this because I think this is going to save me a lot of time and effort. And, the software will do something that Councillor Kentner actually picked up on tonight, right? I mean, we won't have these errors anymore, of additional zeros because of, incorrect input, right? And I think that there are just significant advantage to this, that far outweigh the average annual cost of $20,000 a year.
Thank you for that, Darcy. Questions, Councillor Bartley?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Darcy, after year 5, is there any guarantees they're not going to double or triple the price?
Through your worship, no, but after year 5, there's no guarantee that we're going to stick with them either, right? I mean, we could always go to a completely different software provider because, quite often a lot of software has a shelf life. I'm not saying that, we're going to stay with the same financial software for the next 5 years. We've already been with Keystone for like 13 years, so I don't know. So long as they keep evolving, we'll probably stay, but if they don't, then we might have to search out a new solution. Same with WorkTech. So 5 years is a pretty long time when it comes to the software business.
Thank you.
Any further comment? Okay, so the motion is on the floor to approve the single source award of budgeting software to Questa Software, Inc. All those in favor? And that is carried. DEV 2020-56 is a site plan approval for the Back 40 glamping project on 16th Side Road. Can we bring a seconder, please? Councillor Bartley, Councillor Greenfield. And Rob, over to you.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. So this file, as council will recall, we passed a zoning bylaw amendment for consideration, and it has been appealed to the LPAT, and we do have our, I used to call them pre-conferences hearings, but the case management conference is coming up on December the 15th. As part of that process, the municipality will be defending our position in that we passed the bylaw. We're required to go and defend our position in passing it. In consultation with our solicitor, with regard to site plan approval, it was his recommendation that we do proceed with the site plan approval at this time. As you can see, the site plan approval is conditional upon the implement zoning bylaw coming into legal effect. So technically, until, if council does grant conditional site plan approval for this project, and something was to happen, or they were successful at the Ontario Municipal Board, or the LPAT, sorry, in getting the bylaw quashed, then this has no legal effect and doesn't come into effect. So what the importance of this is in the staff report that came forward to council as part of the zoning, there was a number of items that we identified could be addressed through a site plan control approval and related agreement. So that is what we are bringing forward to council for consideration, is the actual site plan approval with those matters contained in it. This is at committee. This report identifies those things that will be in the report. And I don't intend to go through all of the details. I can answer any questions with regard to them. But the site plan agreement itself would come back in a bylaw at council at the next meeting, and then that would be, as issues come forward, the municipality could identify how those issues have been identified to the LPAT, and that was the recommendation from our solicitor in advance of the hearing, whenever that may be. So that's just on how that would apply. There was a couple of matters that were mentioned, in particular, the fence. We can ensure that the fence goes all around the property. I know that the owner indicated to me at a break that that was the intent, that we can do that. We're also having signage in that regard. The well being used, obviously, all is tied to the Hydro-G stuff, and that was covered off as well, and indicating whether you use a second well or the existing well, the relationship, but the impact on future wells was something that was considered and will be dealt with under the agreement. So those are the matters that will be in the actual agreement with the actual wording that will come forward in 2 weeks' time should council agree to move this on. So,
Thank you, Rob. Questions for Rob? Councillor Bell?
Thanks, Madam Mayor, and thanks, Rob. And I want to thank the guest speaker who spent some time at the beginning of council today drawing to our attention some concerns that are still out there. They're valid concerns. And thank you, Rob, for addressing the issue about a so-called gap in a fence. That's the kind of thing that we need to know, because when I read the report, I thought, well, they're starting to talk about the cattle and they're starting to talk about other things that could be there, and we're going to address that. So, and I also deeply appreciate your comment from legal advice standing, whether this council does something today, if those that are challenging this council's decision to allow back 40 glamping, if they are successful, as you have said, this thing dies. They have challenged and challenged successfully. So I had some reservations about doing that because our guest speaker did say it was a little bit like putting the cart before the horse, and I also was contemplating that. So deeply appreciate your comments and talking with our solicitors. So thank you on that behalf.
Your Councillor Bell. Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Your Worship, and yeah, that was my question as well. Why are we seeing the site plan before that management meeting? One thing we haven't heard mentioned too much, Mr. Armstrong, is the pond on the property. Is it intended that the pond would be used for swimming or fishing by the guests?
Your Worship, I'm not totally up to speed on the pond and whether it be used by the guests. I'm not sure about the condition of the pond myself. I know that
Shaking his head.
Scott is here. You, if it's okay, if he would like to come and probably speak to that, if that's okay.
Scott, if you wish to speak to that? No, but you're shaking your head. But
no, it won't be used for swimming by guests or fishing.
Thank you. Anything further? Then I will call the question and ask that the council's wish to grant conditional site plan approval for this project. All in favor? And that is carried. So now we move on to, I've done that. Infrastructure Services, INF 2020-10 is a level of service for the downtown core winter snow removal. Have a mover and a seconder, please, to put that on the table. Councillor Bell, Councillor Bartley. And over to you, Tori.
Thank you, Your Worship. So this report identifies the development of a level of service document that outlines the current downtown snowbank removal level of service. The intention of this document is not to change the level of service at this point, but instead record it in a document for staff and council to utilize when communicating with the public. This report provides background information on how the municipality determined the current levels of service, which I won't go into right now, but that level of service is includes snow removal within 72 hours on Sykes Street, Trowbridge Street, Nelson Street, and Collingwood Street, or sections of all those streets, when snowbanks reach a height of 1 meter. And so we'll have this document that can be utilized by both staff and council to help communicate to the public our current level of service. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Thank you, Tori. Any questions for Tori? Seeing none, I will call the question. All in favor? And that is carried. Moving on to updates to appointed boards or committees. And I guess we'll start with you, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Your Worship.
Council.
Yes, Grey County Council met at the call of Warden McQueen on November 26th. At the beginning of every meeting, the warden goes around the horseshoe and allows members of council a moment to share good news and celebrations from their communities. Supporting local was a consistent theme, and as has been mentioned, each municipality is doing all we can to embrace the Christmas spirit with lights and stationary parades and opportunities for children to engage with Santa, even if he's behind glass. And I just wanted to add to that a plea to everyone to support our local small businesses as much as you can this season. The county received $90,000 of modernization funding from the province this past spring. The monies were used to undertake 2 service delivery reviews. HR and finance departments were looked at. Processes were evaluated for the effectiveness and efficiency. Several changes were recommended, which include the hiring of a new staff person for each department, as well as the purchase of additional software tools. Grey County Council heard the 2021 budget overview as delivered by Treasurer Kevin Wepler. The important point is that the first draft recommends a budget levy increase of 2.18%. The county is assuming assessment growth of $1.3 million for 2020, which will be applied to the 21 budget. Otherwise, we'd be facing an increase of 4.35% at the county. For Grey County, the overall proposed budget is just over $62 million, with 1% then being $610,000. Grey County Council will have their full budget day on January 29th, when the directors of each department will present their individual budgets for us to consider. Councillor Vickers, you'll be pleased to know that Hanover is supporting a request for a countywide waste management system, but the town of Blue is not. Mayor Weber has done considerable research and suggests that the cost could increase considerably, so we'll be looking forward to that report from county staff. There will be 2 delegations at the upcoming virtual Roma conference in January. The first presentation will be on regional transportation, highlighting the ever-increasing traffic on Highway 6 and 10 and Highway 26. And we would like the province to consider helping the county with costs of upgrading some county roads that could take some of the load away from these provincial highways. The second is a request for support that I know Mayor Klumpus may wish to speak to, but in relation to our proposed PTSD clinic at the Meaford Hospital, now an OSI clinic. And I'll leave this to Barb to elaborate on in a second. CAO Wingrove gave an update on the 2 long-term care projects ahead of the county, Rockwood Terrace and Grey Gables. Both have been allotted new beds by the province. Both will be designed as campuses of care, and both must be completed by 2025 to meet accessibility requirements. This is expensive, but great news for Grey County. Warden McQueen gave his closing address. The election for Grey County Warden for 2021 will occur on December 1st, tomorrow. I am pleased to be seconding the nomination for now past Warden McQueen to be re-elected for a second term. And I'll turn it over to Mayor Klumpus to speak to a couple of points that I know you'll want to add to.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. And yes, there was some discussion, and there was a suggestion that County Council put forward a request for delegation with regard to mental health in our area. And part of that will be a delegation from that we have put in. Today was the deadline. Specifically supporting the OSI, or the Occupational Stress Injury Clinic at our Meaford Hospital site, which I understand is being contemplated at the moment, and we will have further direction at that stage, but we certainly want to make sure that our voice is heard with the ministry at Roma, and be happy to be directing that in partnership, actually, with Grey County as well, because they are intimately connected to this and concerned with the EMS services that they provide for us all. So that will be there. And again, the deputy mayor and I seem to have a difference of opinion here, because I am very, very proud and happy to second the nomination for Selwyn Hicks, who we have already seen as the warden 2 years ago, and he did just an exemplary job of representing Grey County to the various levels of government, provincial and federal, and he will just do a superb job, I'm sure, if he is reelected. But we will see what happens on Tuesday night. This is open to the public, by the way. Did you?
Yeah, so is it going to be on the county website, or how do you?
It will be YouTube.
Time.
That's invited guests. It will be live streamed. It will be live streamed, and so you'll be able to tune in.
Okay.
I saw another hand. Councillor Greenfield.
Just a question, if I may, Your Worship. First of all, we're lucky to have two excellent candidates. Running, and we'll leave it to you ladies and the other 16 members over there to decide. We've got a couple of county roads in our municipality, County Road 12 and County Road 18, that are deteriorating. And I've been getting, a few complaints about that. Geez, when are we going to get to our roads? County did such a wonderful job out on County Road 40. I just wondered, does 12 and 18, do they ring a bell at all on the road reconstruction?
Through your worship, if they think 12 and 18 is bad, they should go down 7. 7's worse. Not just because I live on that one, Harley, but it is a terrible bad shape.
To answer your question, not yet.
Not yet.
But with the push, they might consider it.
But do they not have a schedule?
Leave it at that then. And
Yeah.
Probably are in the queue.
Yeah. I'm not aware of when when those two roads will be considered, but we can certainly look into that, Deputy Mayor. Okay, next is the Meaford BIA, and that would be Councillor Bell.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and it's been a while since I've talked about the BIA, and they are quite an energetic group. So at the last meeting, we had, as usual, we had Hannah recording the activities. We had Janet there from some things for the economy. Mr. Chapman joined the group for a short period of time because the BIA is always a little antsy about putting together their budget and the timeline, and Mr. Chapman said that was March 21 would be the final time. So I think they felt a little bit more at ease when they had some time that they can put it together. And I suggested later on that they've been doing this for a number of years and they could use their past things as a template, how to move forward. We also had Chamber of Commerce. We had Kim gave a report inside about the number of visitors this year that went to the Apple. It was very, very good numbers, even with COVID. And there was talk then to open it until the end of October in 2021. So they're going to give that some good consideration. They also talked about the Market Square. Money inside their budget. They were looking to do something with the Midas Mart, the stage area, and because they were talking about the Midas Mart, they'd asked me a question about the service review on all of our capital assets, and I was glad that Mr. Chapman was there. He backed up my comment that it's going to happen, but not right away quick. So they may have maybe 1 year to do something with that if they have an idea. Most importantly, I believe they have really taken a real positive step forward. They have actually got, after all these years, a mission statement. And they worked on that, and they worked on it, and they worked on it. So I'm going to give you a punchline that's inside, and it says this: to support downtown resources and the functionality. And I thought, that was a nice line that's inside there, and I congratulated them on actually getting their mission statement. It's something that can help that particular group stay focused. They won't drift so often they will be able to use that as a grounding statement. They talked about things at Christmas time. They talked about things maybe coming up with a grab bag. They had some initiatives, simply talked about that. On my report at the time, I thanked Janet a lot. I made mention of the Rotary Club, Sonia Glass being the president of that, and made reference to November the 11th. That was broadcast with those folks. And so there it is, when people work together, I think that we can see some good things happen. And I really told Janet I appreciated her work to make that happen, and told her to pass on to Sonia a thank you for that. So something which is on the horizon, and I think it's very interesting. I kind of hope it comes to reality. There is talk of new business on the main street of Meaford, and it's going to be an indoor farmer's market. Maybe you folks have heard wind of that a little bit. They're working towards that. I was told it is the building on Sykes Street that has the slanted entranceway. So there's a bit of a ledger when you step off of the street. And I think at one time there was somebody in there that did some tarts and that kind of baking goods. So it's to be seen whether that happens. There's 2 or 3 of the members on the BAA that want to work with that to make that happen. So as I opened up, the BIA is energetic, and they're working towards things, and it's always quite a pleasure to sit on that board to see what those downtown are looking to do. But I'm most pleased that they have a mission statement. Thank you.
Thank you, Tony. The Heritage Advisory Committee, Ross?
Thank you, through your worship. Maybe Harley might like to say something. I'll just be very brief. We started the meeting today by, talking about how we all value our built heritage in Meaford. And this committee, I believe, can add a lot of value. They've already got 2 or 3 subcommittees organized, and this is not, farming work out. This is rolling up their sleeves and doing it themselves. They're real eager beavers, but they're very knowledgeable. And I want to thank CAO Rob for your support and direction to this group. And if you can harness them, I think we will get a lot of good work out of them. So, thank you.
Good. Councillor Greenfield, do you want to add anything to that?
Well, no, I think Councillor Kettner did very well, but a lot of, I'll just repeat, a lot of interested people on that Heritage Committee, and a lot of good ideas, and I think you're going to be hearing from us quite a bit the next couple of years. We did have a library board meeting, Your Worship, in the new library. No stairs to climb, and wow, that for some people that's a big advantage. They're open from 10 to 5 now, and then starting in January, they're going to go 7 days a week. So that's pretty amazing. And they're busy. I have been able to get back twice since our library board meeting, and they have a lot of people in there from 2 to 92, or whatever Mel Torme wrote in his song. But no, it's a busy spot. I think it's already showing up as a real gem in our crown. Thank you.
Certainly is. Lots of positive comments in the public on that. Thank you for that. Did you want to go to the GSCA later? Is there anything else? Paul, did you want to speak to the Grace Sobel?
Yeah, I can, or Harley, do you want to take the lead, or?
Yeah, you go ahead.
Okay. So at our last Grace Sobel meeting, I'll start out with some of the other highlights. We had our final budget went through, and we had an increase of 2.99% for Gray Sauble. That doesn't maybe work out quite to the levy that our municipality goes. There's a bit of a complicated formula, so it's not a straight up number. I don't know whether Darcy, has anybody been talking to you about what our dollars and cents will be for Gray Sauble?
Through your worship, I've had some email correspondence back and forth with members from Grace Hall.
Okay, so it, like I said, doesn't go quite flatline throughout at 2.99%, but anyway, that was one of the things that the budget started up quite a bit higher than that, but we did manage to insist that it get whittled down, and basically what we did was, it was through parking. We decided to be a little bit more aggressive to the parking situation within the watershed, and we're expecting to raise quite a few more dollars next year as compared to this year. We raised substantially more dollars in 2020 than we did in 2019, so it's a trend that we're looking to capitalize on. So with all the great parks and areas that we have in the conservation watershed, we feel it's a very attainable sort of a goal to get to. So one of the other big conversations has been, though, is Bill 229 and how it impacts the Gray Sauble and all the conservation authorities. It's a bill that's being included into a budget bill, so it kind of gets masked a little bit. And what basically has been, I think this government plus the last government has tried to get some harmony amongst all the conservation authorities. We're trying to get it so that, you know, there shouldn't be any difference between Gray Sauble and Halton, you know, Conservation Authority or Credit Hill Conservation Authority. So this bill has came down. The only issue we have with it is that it has changed kind of the scope, and it's changing a lot of the other aspects of the Conservation Authority. So it's not only you know, trying to harmonize it, it's also taking away some of our controls and some of the things that we feel that are important. If I can try and speak to a few of them, you know, it's basically changing that that we wouldn't be able to go into contracts. So the contract that we have with Grey County right now to be their manager of forestry, technically that wouldn't be allowed anymore. And why the Conservative provincial government wants to do this, we aren't too sure. But it almost, to me, seems like we're throwing the baby out with, or throwing the bathwater and the baby both out the window sort of thing. So what they're trying to do to harmonize them, they're also, you know, taking some of the good things that we do as a conservation authority and some of the good policies we have as a conservation authority and kind of getting rid of them at the same time. So right now we were looking, the Gray Sauble is looking for support from the Meaford, municipality of Meaford. And I'll just read them. Margaret, I'd like to thank you for putting this together. It was very kind of you. So we would like, as I'm talking as Gray Sauble, we would like Meaford to declare their support for the Gray Sauble Conservation Authority with regard to their concerns related to the impacts of Bill 229. We would also like Meaford to declare their opposition to the Schedule 6 of Bill 229 and to direct our staff to send a copy of this resolution to the Premier, the Minister of Municipal Affairs, the Minister of Natural Resources and Forestry, the Minister of Environment, Conservation and Parks, and the Leader of the Opposition. So I don't know whether my fellow councillors or staff have any more questions. Margaret, oh, sorry. I'd be more than happy to try and answer them, and if I can't answer them, Harley will.
Can answer them. Is there an urgency for this resolution?
Yes, it's they're doing standing committee reports today. I know OFA is doing theirs today. They've been given their time slot. I think second reading. Margaret, do you know, like, the standing committee's November 30th and I want to say December 3rd and 4th, but there is an urgency.
An urgency?
Yes. If we don't pass it now, probably by the time we do get around to it again, it will have already gone through.
So we need a formal motion to come forward. Sorry, Margaret,
Thank you, Mayor Klumpus. I would just suggest that probably because we're still in committee of the whole, it's good to have the discussion as one of the committee updates. But I would suggest that we wait till 11 communications. There is the formal request for support under item D. So if Councillor
is.
Vickers or another member of council wanted to pull it at that time, you could have a motion at that time and vote on it, and council at that time will be deciding on it, and then we can move forward with the letter writing.
Okay, thanks, Margaret.
Okay, thank you. Anything else? Seeing none, we'll need a motion to move out of committee of the whole at this stage. Councillor Bell, Councillor Kentner. All in favor? And that's carried. And that moves us into motions for decision, and there is one in front of us from Deputy Mayor Keaveney with regard to municipal recreation programming. I'm assuming that you will move that,
I will.
Deputy Mayor? And seconder, Councillor Greenfield. Okay. Did you want to speak to this first?
Very briefly, Your Worship, thank you for the opportunity, and just the motion speaks for itself, but just mainly thinking back to the many discussions that we had and recommendations from senior staff to look at the services that we offer throughout the budget process, and it occurred to me that perhaps this one that is one that could be considered over a period of time. It wouldn't impact this budget, it would be the 2021, but just want to have staff explore what's going on in other communities, and whether if our local recreation classes, your yoga and so on, could be undertaken in a different way, whereby the instructor could rent the space and look after the administration of the particular services that they offer. So it just wanted to proceed with an exploration of rec services so that we can make a determination for the next budget if this is an area through which we could save considerable funds, I'm expecting. So I'll open it up for discussion.
Thank you. Any comments or questions on that? Being none. Oh, sorry, Councillor.
Through your worship, maybe could we just ask maybe Rob and anybody else who wants to comment on staff, how they feel about this resolution?
Through your worship, with directed from council, we'll review any service provided. The one thing with this service that it's not just one person providing the service. The person does provide quite a number of services in relation to it. And I think it's important for council to understand what our options are. We have made some adjustments to day camps over the years where we used to provide it a lot more than we do now. So I think having this understanding, I don't think is a problem. And as long as it wasn't being rushed for this council or this budget process, which we wouldn't be able to do, but as the deputy mayor mentioned, it's just a fact finding and understanding it for the 2022 budget.
Good. Okay, I will call the question. All in favor of this moving ahead, and that is carried. On to adoption of minutes, a special council meeting of November the 9th, where we went through, and November 10th. Mover and a seconder, please, Councillor Bell.
Madam Mayor, I would like to do 9.1.
Notices of motion. I skipped over that. Good point. Are there any notices of motion to come forward? And Councillor Bell, you have one, obviously.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We had a lengthy discussion today on the Inter-Township Fire Department, and I would like to bring forward a notice of motion that I would like to do a staff report on long-term. And I look forward to working with finances and the clerk and Mr. Armstrong, anyone who wishes to help me with that and to bring that forward.
Thank you. I apologize for missing that. Moving right along. Okay, we're on to the adoption of minutes, a special count. Another
Sorry.
one?
Sorry, Your Worship, just to kind of complete that, if I may, it was also suggested by staff that a notice of motion come forward from this council to, I'll say permit, but to give them the teeth, I guess, to go and get the data that they need from ITFD to follow up with the discussions from this council.
Okay, we'll see that next meeting too. Anything else? Seeing none, we'll go into then the adoption of the minutes. The special council meeting of November the 9th. Mover and a seconder, please, to put that on the table. Councillor Greenfield, Councillor Bartley. Any question, comments on that? All in favor? That is carried. And November the 10th, the second day of that marathon budget discussion, Councillor Vickers and Councillor Kentner, thank you. Any comments on that, those minutes? All in favor? That is carried. And the council meeting of November 16th. Mover and a seconder, please. Councillor Bell, Councillor Greenfield. Any question, comments? All in favor? That is carried. And the council planning meeting on November the 23rd. Mover and a seconder, please. Councillor Vickers and the Deputy Mayor. Anything on that question? Yes, Councillor Bell.
Madam Mayor, I won't be able to vote on that. I was absent.
Okay, yeah. All those in favor? And that is carried. Okay, on to communications, and there is a list there, and I know that we want to pull E, the request for support for Bill 229 from Grace Sauble Conservation Authority. And are there any others that, sorry, Deputy Mayor?
One from the correspondence list.
Okay, and which one is that?
Oh, it's the AMO provincial budget number 2.
Okay, shall we deal then with the request for support? This would be the time then for you to make your motion. Councillor Vickers?
Yeah, so I so move. Sorry about jumping the gun there before. Do you want me to reread the
motion?
The motion?
Yes, please.
So that the Council of the Municipality of Meaford declare their support for the Grace Sauble Conservation Authority with regard to their concerns related to the impacts of Bill 229. Also to declare their opposition to the Schedule 6 of Bill 229 and direct staff to send a copy of this resolution to the Premier, Minister of Municipal Affairs, Minister of Natural Resources and Forestry, Minister of the Environment, Conservation and Parks, and the Leader of the Opposition.
Okay, Councillor Vickers is moving that, and you'll second that, will you, Councillor Greenfield?
Yes, I'll second it, Your Worship, and
Wish to speak to it?
if I may, this is a much condensed version of the one that came over from Grace Sauble, and I'm hoping every one of the council members did read the longer version, and gave a pretty good idea of what we're up against with the authorities, but without going into as many details, I think this resolution does cover what we're up against. The planning areas are the ones that really concern me. The appeals to LPAT, appeals to the minister, appeals of costs and of timing of planning decisions. It just goes on and on. I'm so disappointed in Mr. Ford's government because this is going to be hurtful. So I'm hoping we can support the motion.
Thank you for that. Any further comments from council? Then I will call the question on this motion to move for support, and that is carried. Margaret, we did that right. Do you need anything further? We did it right. Okay, thank you. And the second one we have is on the AMO provincial budget, and I couldn't get that.
Off the correspondence list. You have to go back and-
A policy update on the 2020 provincial budget. Do you wish to speak to that?
Thank you, Your Worship, I do. Just a question for staff. It's mentioned on page 2 of this AMO update. In relation to property tax relief for small businesses, it's suggested that municipalities will be provided flexibility to target property tax relief for small businesses with a provincial commitment to consider matching these reductions. And I just wondered if staff had any information on that, or if they could possibly look into it.
We're aware of that announcement provincially. However, we're also aware of the lack of a fund available that we have as a municipality to do the matching. But we can follow up with more information to council.
Councillor Vickers?
This doesn't have anything to do with the subject on the table. So
I'm sorry. Oh,
I probably put my hand up too soon.
oh, okay.
I'm done.
You're done?
Yeah.
Could we pull the letter from the town of Blue Mountains, just for a quick notice? Quick,
G,
Regarding,
G.
garbage.
is it garbage?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
So I just like to know whether staff had a chance to look at the letter and do some of the numbers that the town of Blue Mountains have quoting about being, so much costlier if the county go to a county-wide system like it was Simcoe and what was the other one? Dufferin.
Yeah, through your worship, actually, the mayor and I had a meeting with Sean Everett and Mayor Silvar, and he was speaking about this and showing us and explaining the numbers, where he got them from. He's using the counties, Simcoe as the basis, and he took all the numbers from the FIR in developing them, and he provided, and that was their position. I don't know. I think if the county proceeds, I think they'll do a more in-depth analogy if they're going to proceed and do that component. I question some of those numbers, but it's just.
Not all of the municipalities, the lower tier municipalities in Grey County had completed their FIR reports. So it's not complete, number one. And number two is that it has brought forward some support. Hanover was is the latest, and certainly Owen Sound. So there are, and I believe West Grey was in that too, were they?
Yes.
Yeah. All we need to move this forward at Grey County level is two colleagues, two municipalities within Grey County to agree that this is something that we would like Grey County to look at. And so we're beyond that, and it will be put forward as something to look at. Okay.
Through your worship, just as a comment to Councillor Vickers, I did take a look at it. I think that, you use the FIR data however you want, based on the analysis that they've done using the FIR data. It's not flawed. It's if the data itself is flawed, which I do question as well. I think the other thing, though, to note is that based on the correspondence, Town of Blue Mountains seems to be very reticent to do this because they assume that the allocation of costs would be done based on assessment. So that's why they would get charged a whole lot more, because they have, more than a quarter of the total assessment in the county. And my question back to them is that if they've done all the analysis based on households, then why wouldn't you assume that the cost could be spread out based on the households that are being serviced across the county and not based on assessment?
Mm-hmm.
So stay tuned on that one. Sorry, Tori.
I just wanted to also add, and I haven't looked at the numbers in depth, but I know the County of Simcoe also provides a potentially different level of service than many of the municipalities within Grey County. And so it's not necessarily a fair comparison. Simcoe County is also moving towards trucks that have the lifts for the bins that are reminiscent of the bins you see in Toronto or some other cities in the GTA, which is significantly more costly. So I don't know if those numbers were taken into account, because that is their most recent tender that they have completed, which is then very different than the level of service we see within Grey County. So that could also be impacting the numbers.
Mm-hmm. Thanks for that, Tori. So, not lost yet. With that, anything else that needs to come from the communications list? I think so. I need a mover and a seconder for the confirming bylaw, please. Once a month, we must do this. Councillor Vickers, Deputy Mayor, thank you. All in favor? That is carried. And that brings us to the end of our agenda. And I want to thank everyone for their very thoughtful comments and contributions to the discussion today. And I will declare this meeting adjourned. Good night, everyone.